Welcome to this Christmas community live special. I'm super happy, but I'm also pretty excited because that is going to be 4 hours of live stream, and I'm present myself today. So I'm happy to check with you. We have some immensely beautiful and amazing Ausschrift Happily Now community people and some speaker friends of mine. That's pretty cool, and I'm super happy to speak with them today. And let me quickly check with YouTube. So I do see the chat, because if you are dialing in today with your laptop, with your mobile phone, whatever, you can go to YouTube. It's Tim Tactical in one word, and you can type something in the chat. And also quite a few people of you have gotten the link to this live, so you can dial right in and yeah, talk to me. That's super cool. Let me see. There is the chat. Oh, Skitso is here already. Okay, Skitso is going to be one of my guests today, which is going to be super cool. Amber is there. Misty Lee is here. Sharon, happy Christmas. Oh, Michelle is there. Kate, Ralph, wow. Azucena, Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad, yes. This is going to be super cool. Beatrix is there. So every now and then we are going to switch in and out of the chat and talk to you folks, which is going to be super cool. It's a one-man show in a way, but I have a lot of people here, which is going to be super cool. So I'm going to call some friends and have some friends here, which is amazing. Just one remark. I was upgrading the whole setup. As you know, I want to optimize things. I'm an optimizer, so I want things to be tight and nice and beautiful. And we had a 2-camera setup, and I had like a control thingy and all that kind of stuff, and also bringing you in the chat directly into this live situation. Unfortunately, apparently too many parcels. I don't know. It's not. It didn't arrive yet, so we have a regular setup yet. But in 2025, you can rest assured that we're gonna have a really cool setup. So let's get 2 of our guests right now in, which we are going to talk to. Because in the first hour, we have Debbie Solares. Sarah Zula is with me. She's going to be here for the full 4 hours. Pretty bold. And we also have Arcturus Ra, who is going to join us very soon too. He makes these super interesting, delicate, mechanical things that he will talk about, and he was very loved in the last time that we had him on. So let's say hello to where we go. Let's say hello to Sarah Zula first, because she's going to be with us for 4 hours. I don't see her yet. There we go. In the meantime, I'm gonna read some comments, because we have Beatrix, Kevy's here, Misty Lee, Ausschrift Happily Now, Ausschrift Happily Now. It's gonna be fun. That's gonna be really cool here. Laura is here. Merry Christmas from Flower, Chile. I assume you're coming from Chile, so welcome. Cape Town. Oh my God, Bav, thank you so much for tuning in from Cape Town. That's South Africa. That's pretty cool. Eileen, Timothy. Hi, Timothy. Denise is here. Okay, this is gonna be super cool. Hi, everyone. Sydney is there. Merry Christmas from Ohio. Welcome to this live. Michelle. Hi, Michelle. The Golden Ticket crew getting a link. Yes, you got a link already. Go into the Instagram group. There is a direct link, so you can actually dial in and wish me and everyone here a Merry Christmas. But first of all, hi, Sarah.
Hi, Tim. I'm so happy to be here. Merry Christmas. Happy solstice.
Maybe I am.
Oh, can you hear me?
Let me see. Probably it's, oh yeah, okay. You're not muted. Go ahead.
I'm not muted. You can hear me. We're good? Awesome. Well, hi, beautiful beings. Merry Christmas. I hope you all had a beautiful solstice, and we're going to have such a fun time tonight. So I'm really happy to be here with all of you.
Okay, while I'm fixing this audio thing, maybe you can take this and co-moderate for a moment.
Yeah, I'm so happy to. So I was thinking about this as I was getting ready about this time of year and what I'm noticing throughout my communities. And I feel like this can't be said enough. This community is so special. And like, I am so honored to walk this path with all of you and be a part of this amazing community we are co-creating together with every one of you. And the more we get to know all of you, the more I get to meet some of you personally. I mean, we went to the conference, I met so many of you personally. The more and more I can feel and see the amazing hearts in this community, the amazing beings inside of this community with your unique essence, your special gifts, all that you've been through to get to this point. And I hope, especially at this time of year, at moments like this, that each and every one of you take a moment and allow yourself to connect to your own heart and let yourself know how freaking proud of you that you really are. It's like this message of awareness that we all get to be so much more proud of everything we've been through, and being the way showers at this time especially. It's not always an easy task. So I hope you take a moment, even if it feels corny and is like, okay, yeah, I'm proud of you, and you really take a breath into your heart and you let yourself know as these seasons are changing during this powerful solstice. Some parts of the world are going into the summer, some parts of the world are going into the winter. But it is a time that we really get to connect to our own hearts, honor all that we've been this past year, and really allow ourselves to let ourselves know we're doing good. And I'm so proud of you for being here. So I wanted to share that message. It was coming through so strongly. And now Arcturus, Ra, and Debbie Solaris are here too. So I want to be able to welcome all of them in. Happy holidays, Debbie and Debbie.
Happy holidays.
Merry Christmas.
Oh, this is an amazing setup, by the way. So first of all, thank you, Sarah. I fixed my audio, which is super, super good. And I can hear my guests and our guests, which is super good. And we do have two amazing guests in the very first hour, two people that know each other, which was kind of a surprise to me. Amazing. We do have Debbie Solaris here. Merry Christmas, Debbie. What a beautiful backdrop that is.
Yeah, I wish this was my home. That I had. This was a lot more Christmassy looking than my, boring office. But I have a funny story to tell about how Arcturus and I met. If I can do that. So. Actually, Arcturus Ra, I used to have a little podcast when I was first starting out back in 2017. And for some reason, I was just called to invite Arcturus Ra. He was super famous. He still is. But I thought, oh, man, he's never going to go on my podcast. And he graciously agreed to go on my very long 2-hour podcast. During that time, I think we felt some, star connections, but I remember Arcturus Ra telling me about Syrian star seeds and how they suffer from the Syrian syndrome. And what the Syrian syndrome is they give too much and they always want to be of service and they always want to help others to the detriment of their own selves. So somehow that phrase kind of stuck. And every time I say Syrian syndrome, I always think of Arcturus Ra. So thank you for that phrase. It was really amazing.
That's super interesting. I didn't know. I found that out when I was texting you, and both of you were individually calling each other family.
Yeah.
So what a special moment to have you both here. Arcturus, welcome. For those people, first of all, people really enjoyed your last appearance on the Community Live. I think in November it was. Super, super special. And for those people who might not yet know you, you have quite a transformation. You used to be in Germany, as much as I used to be in Germany. You were a rapper, not as much as I was. Pretty successful too. Some people know your music. A lot of people do, and now you transitioned over to America and became what you always were meant to be, a spiritual speaker. Welcome and Merry Christmas.
Well, Merry Christmas to you. I mean, yeah, I was actually always a metaphysical rapper, and people were saying, you teach so much in your lyricism. Why didn't you just go into like teaching what you're rapping about? So just not just the entertainment side. And the calling came in to teach more in detail without being in the genre, so I can reach more people. When I signed up with YouTube, my back then my DJ said, you got, there's this thing called YouTube, you have 15 minutes when they first started, and I signed up, and the transformation began. Side note also, I remember with Debbie, when she was expanding, remember, like I told you, go all out, go all galactic, get your website, whatever you didn't have back then, expand it all, put it all out, and you blew up. You just like Cape Canaveral, you just went.
I was just in Cape Canaveral, so that's funny you mentioned that. So
interesting. I kind of tapped into that one.
Yeah,
came in, but you remember it how usually I try to like activate people, like go, wherever you are, do what haven't you done as a starseed, and be the galactic ambassador, envoy, whatever it is that's your calling. Doesn't matter. Remember when we were always in the beginning, all of us concerned, what's the opinion of people that are not that galactic, that don't have paranormal experience? And we're like, we don't want to upset people, but we don't have to also fit in, because we're not designed to fit in, because we're system busters.
Yes,
and here we are. So I'm happy we are, and I'm happy that.
And here we are, 7-8 years later, still doing our thing. So, I got the chance to see some of Arcturus Ra's technologies. That, I mean, he's creating some really amazing technologies. He was at one of the conferences I was speaking at Sedona Ascension Retreat. This was, I think, earlier this year, and he's got a med bed out there. I mean, it's amazing what Ra has come up with, since then. So I think we're all just kind of really coming into our own, and it's great to have this reunion here today.
Yeah, and Debbie, you met me when we had this private conversation. Remember this tiny UFO meeting at the airport in Sedona?
Yeah, I remember that.
Tiny hall. But this is how these fractals create. I mean, you've been on Gaia now. I mean, like, where this goes from there. I could have told you this, and you were like, what type of pills are you taking? How far can this go? And it was a very tiny UFO meeting. Maybe 30 people were there.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. I was speaking, and you came, you drove in. I forgot, like you told me you drove in from some town.
Yeah.
And I was like, how people even find these things, like a very tiny hall, tiny meeting, Airport Mesa. It was an ex-Mason lodge, interestingly,
Yeah, interesting. Yeah.
And when they opened that up, a friend of mine named Michael of Sedona did this little UFO, like a very, very private mini congress, and that's where we first.
We first pretty much connected in person.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And now it's like it exploded from there.
Like
so I'd say never underestimate who you meet. Like, I love going to these UFO congresses, because the interesting thing is not the speakers, people like you. With the potential that I meet, that have the most mind-blowing stories and paranormal experience. I'm like, why isn't, side note, Gaia not having experiences with the craziest information, where you just have a show just about experiences? Maybe you and I got to talk, Tim.
Yeah, no, we definitely will. But anyway, I'll give it back to the beautiful Sarah and the phenomenal Tim. So I'll let you guys have the conversation back.
I was just about to type to Sarah, let them go. It's kind of cool. It's like a
Well,
family
it's kind of like a
reunion.
family reunion, you know, the
And we're
Arcturian.
live there, right?
Yeah, the Arcturian collective here.
I actually brought one of your designs, Arcturus.
Woohoo!
Yeah, this is something that Arcturus sent me, and I think it's super beautiful. I know a lot of people in the last live community live on November. By the way, everyone, we do that in 2025 on every 25th. Gonna be a huge Christmas special next year already. A lot of people really enjoyed these things. Arcturus, how far are you with your medbat, and what's in your lab currently cooking?
So in my lab, I mean, I don't have equipment laying around. I would show you, but I'm working on redefining the medbed so I can transport it, because the original version I have developed is very difficult to transport. I need to pay like a crew, several rooms, the setup. It's a whole like moving a car. So I want to make the hull, instead of steel, make it plastic, make it compact, but have the same technology in there. So next event, I can bring that with me and show to people to experience for themselves. You know, I had Mr. From Foster Gamble, Mr. Gamble experienced the thing. I was blown away because the secretary came and she's like, we want an appointment. I was in LA. That was my first time in LA, and I blew up, man. It's like I had the floor. I had a line at like 11 p.m. I had to beat people out of my booth. Everything was in the booth. Everything was gathering, dogs, cats under my med bed. I mean, it's kids inside the med bed, people not trying to leave. Everybody, it's so cozy, it's really like so much energy that thing created, that since then, I know we have an office in Sedona. We're in business, people coming from other states to experience the med bed. And interestingly, I was at the LA Expo, the Conscious Life Expo, which is coming up next year. And people were like, I saw the image, I thought it's photoshopped, I thought it's fake. And this is now we're the real deal. It's tangible, it's physical, you can experience. We have an office, you can really experience that. No more. I mean, sorry to say, there's a lot of people out there, a lot of hoaxes that are Photoshop images that are unreal, that fake med beds. And we have to fight against that current where, yeah, the intent is nice, but we also have to make that a reality so people can get into a wellness modality, healing modality, really having benefits. Like I had a lady that was a nurse, very skeptic, bought a pendant. And I can say that because that's her experience. And she said that she had her glucoside levels, like sugar levels in the blood, were crappy. And since she was doing the protocol, the med bed, and wearing the key and really going into a different energy spectrum, her blood sugar regulated, and the doctor doesn't know what she's doing. So I know stuff works, We're now at the time of where we have to understand there are pharmaceuticals and there's alternative medicine. Make your choice. And everybody is smart enough now when it works and when it's not temporary and it really sets in the body and you're getting better and you're getting into your potential. Human potential means also wellness, top to bottom, being healthy, parasites, cleansing, all that stuff out, and really check your engine. You know how it is with a car, and I always say that's interestingly, I don't know if you noticed that visiting America, Tim, is that some people drive around with their fan belt squeaking, and that is a signal to fix your car because your engine will overheat. But that same thing goes for human. A lot of people running around with their fan belt squeaking. And that means, do a check. And for everybody that's listening, say, check yourself, everything, with yourself, talk to your body, and you will have higher metaphysical abilities when you're clear with this here, because this is the base for your soul. That's the temple of the source to enable you. And I know I can, on the next show, Tim has crazy topics about, I loved how you talked about, we are source, we are open source. We are the ultimate AI. We are the divine AI. Everybody is so scared of anything that we create. But the thing is, we never forget, we create. We are creator. We are from source. Nothing outside of us can be created. Nothing outside the source can be brought here. This is all our creation. And when we understand that, we have way more power to influence the world and manifest what we do and how we do it and how we bring energies here. And technology is the buffer for our consciousness to give us time to let us know, hey, you're intuitive enough, you can do this. So, like your iPhone is telepathic. Text message is telepathy. But when you understand that you have intuition that can go beyond that, then this AI can assist you and you can integrate that. And interestingly, and maybe you haven't heard this, I have the craziest story. The Mayan calendar predicted the human race will develop a computer, which is a digital mirror which can mimic ourselves without having an emotional body. And that reflects who we are. But we must choose left or right, dark side, light side, Star Wars. It's always the same storyline. So it's an exciting time to be in, It's so crazy. Side note, I don't know if everybody talks about it, but in cryptocurrency, there are kids online. They're 15 years old. They're selling their PlayStations. Next week, they're buying mom and dad a house. They don't see money. They say it's a computer game. They look at cryptocurrency as gaming. And there are kids that are 17. I've seen videos that are mind-blowing how we manifest. That's the magic we create. And they say Lambo up. What does that mean? Yeah, next week I'm going to get a Lamborghini, like the equivalent money. And they call it Lambo up. And they go, I got 2, I got 3, and I'm selling mine. Like, they're not even interested in material. This is easy for them. They're playing with whatever modality is being offered right now. It's crushing Wall Street. It's like a joke. And to them, it's computer numbers. And this is where you sell. This is where you buy. Just pay attention and play it like a computer game. And they're harvesting. They're coming in, and we're changing the world. People don't even know when Bitcoin was created. That created from 2010 to now, it created 82,000 millionaires. Out of nowhere. People that didn't have inheritance, nothing. They're just playing with it, and all of a sudden they're in the game. Now, when you have all of that you want, what do you want to do with that?
There's this one guy, I'm curious, do you know that story of this one guy in the beginning of Bitcoin who offered a certain amount of Bitcoins for a pizza, and someone brought him that pizza, and it was like later on worth of like, I don't know, $500 billion or something like that.
Oh yeah. The most expensive pizza in the world that's documented. I mean, now the coins are having that value. It's really insane. It's really, really freaking insane. Like, it's an imaginary game, but you can make it real,
That's true. A lot of ET species. So for everyone who's wondering what's happening on the planet, right? I know there's a lot of people who are just waking up in this very moment and think like, what is Arcturus talking about? What is happening on this planet? What are all these drones? What is all this stuff happening and so on?
Yeah.
First of all, we're not alone in the universe. I think we're almost 2000 in 2025. Depending on the counting calendar. A lot of what is happening is like leading us up to new environmental reality field. And something that most ET species will always tell us is the fundamentals of this is learning how to modulate energies. Debbie, what's your take on this? What do you get from the Akashic, from other contexts? What do you think?
I just want to add on to what Arcturus Ra was saying about, improving our health. I just got back from the Galactic Origins cruise that Portal to Ascension sponsored, and it was an amazing cruise, by the way. I'm not going to get into how amazing it was, but hopefully I'll be posting some things about it on my social media soon. But one of the things I taught, at this cruise, I did a 3-hour-long presentation on mastering starseed health. And it's really tapping into our star genetics, some of the trends and, comorbidities that we might be, more prone to if we're, let's say, a Lyran starseed as opposed to an Arcturian starseed or a Sirian starseed. And then using that knowledge and using that understanding to and using tools like the med beds and others, energetic and physical tools to help us come back to vibrant health. We have been heavily, I would say heavily bombarded with toxicity for probably decades, if not hundreds of years on this planet. And a lot of us have, I would say, DNA signatures that might influence, our personal, genetic response to a stressful environment or that toxicity I mentioned. Just to give you an example, just for the folks that are watching, one thing I did notice is this is something through doing, I would say hundreds of, almost probably thousands of Akashic readings, is that Arcturian starseeds like myself and Ra, because we don't have really a good genetic connection with Earth, there's not a whole lot of Arcturian genetics here on planet Earth. We seem to be prone to probably more health conditions and problems than, say, the average starseed. Just to give you an example, kind of endocrine related problems like thyroid, adrenals, all those types of things.
The lymph.
Yeah, the
Lymphatic.
lymph nodes, cancer. We're prone to certain cancers, and we're also prone to anxiety. The thing with Arcturians is that when we're in our home planets and in our home environment, we're constantly connected with each other. It's just like we're part of this big web. It's not a hive mind at all. We still maintain our individuality, but we're all connected. So when we're in a very separate environment like Earth, very duality consciousness, very separate from everything, we start feeling anxiety. It's just kind of very common in Arcturian starseeds. And so the other issue that we have is, we tend to have low blood pressure, a lower body temperature. I know that's true of me, probably true of Ra as well, so
1 degree too low.
Yeah, me too. 1 degree lower than normal. Yes. So, and I always have really low blood pressure, so much that if I go through surgery, it's always an issue, but yeah, it's just things that we need to be aware of. Well, what do we do to fix this? A lot of it is through diet. We have to be really careful with our diets, very high vibrational. Maybe using theta therapy and other therapies, to help energetic components such as Arcturus Ra's medbed or the EE system or the harmonic egg, whatever you have available in your area. That's all going to help, raise our vibrations and, bring us to vibrant health. A new thing I'm trying now is, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I can give you a major key to Arcturians, what I found out. And interestingly, it indirectly involves Tim, and this is going to be funny when you hear this.
Yeah.
Is we Arcturians have it very hard when we're not supported.
Exactly.
It hits our lower back like a sledgehammer. Yeah.
Yeah, totally.
So we have pain, but we have pain because we need our galactics. We need support. So here's what happened to me. I was going through some pain issue in sciatica, and when I was connected with Tim, and I felt his heart and the love that he carries, and how he remembers me in the field, and how he responds to me in email. To me, this is also telepathic. My back seemed to get better. My sciatica nerve pain kind of diminished, because my soul was like, there's somebody in your corner that can see and feel you. And that's important to us. That's very, very important. Like for me, when I was younger, 16, when I was, like, say, I had a crush on a girl, we Arcturians, when we purely love, we don't understand rejection. It's detrimental to us. We don't everybody, we know as Arcturians, love responds to love. That is just, it's just,
and our whole environment is love, our planet, everything,
so Earth, Earth is vulgar rejection. People have their psychological programs, very difficult for us to move, because I was a child, I was called, he's too open, and he's so nice to everybody. at a level where I gave my toys away, and my mom was like, you can't give all your toys away. You have to, mom buys this for you. And I was like, when kids would cry in the sandbox, I was like, nobody cries here at the table. Everybody eats, everybody plays, everybody has toys. But here's the kicker. I'm seeing now miraculously that these kids, and sorry for bringing that in with the health, but that has also indirectly to do with crypto. There are kids now that are sharing. They're giving other kids tokens in the thousands. I have enough. I have overflow. Here's some more. I've seen people going to poorer neighborhoods handing out silver bullions, gold. Have you seen that? Like people that are lower income or lower middle class, they're handing out money. They're going out with bags. They're like, I make money. There's trillions moving. There's no debt. This is all an illusion. And people beginning to hand out, and this is also the mission and the calling for the billionaires and for those who have overflow. When you're right in your mind, you share to those in need to help build this new world. And it's happening. I see it. And that gets me really like emotional that people are really getting out there and saying, you know what, I have enough. Here's some for you. Do something with it. Now it's up to us. We have full control. Nobody ever had control. We gave control away, but this is all coming back. It's all coming back to us. We are designing this now, and it's happening. It's literally happening. Also, the awareness,
Etna, someone from Arcturus, that sounds like you definitely grew up in the wrong country, because in Germany you better name tag your toys, right? I was on a playground with some friends who have kids, and they're Turkish friends, and they are, have big families. They share always. And there was this German kid, and this is not your ball, this is my ball, and then took away the ball. So but both of you, which is kind of funny, right? Both of you grew up or spent some time in Germany, which is
I did too. Yep.
Yeah.
My father was in the military, so we were stationed in Germany. It was in Karlsruhe, which is just south of, a little bit south of Stuttgart and Heidelberg. So I don't know. I'm sure both of you are familiar with those areas, and so I spent a lot of my childhood in Germany, and I know exactly what you both are talking about. It's like it's a little harsh sometimes. It's not that Germans aren't kind and caring people. I think
they
just
don't
have
mean
a hard
that
time showing it, so that's the so if you're a little kid and you're looking for help, you might think, wow, these people are really mean, but they're not. They're just takes them a while to get to know you. But,
well, Germany's a bit stoic, it's they're a little stoic. I mean, I'm half German. I bet I have it, so it's a little bit where they have heart, but sometimes it's a little bit. Do you have your receipt? Can you prove that this is yours? And you're like,
yeah,
here's
exactly.
my receipt. That's the date when I bought it. Okay, then this is okay. Then I'll trust you. This is
if it's stamped, then it's good.
It is, yeah. Which when I did go to Germany to join Tim's and Sarah's conference, All Shift Happily Now, which was last October. Was it October? I have to admit that the Frankfurt airport, they were cool. They're one of the most efficient airports I've ever been through. It's amazing, just the efficiency and how quickly they process you through. Whereas if you go to Mexico, that's a whole other story. But it is nothing against Mexicans, but just not as organized. But
go to Egypt, go to Cairo. When I landed first time in Cairo, we were like in the desert, and there was this airport in the dunes. And I'm like, what the heck? People trying to get your bag, and I'm like, where's the checkpoint? What the heck's going on? Like,
exactly.
I don't know if it's still like that, but that airport was like a freaking desert airport. We're like,
oh wow,
like what? Where
sounds pretty antiquated.
Yeah, absolutely. Like these, like you're walking through some barracks. I'm like, what the heck? And then there's a table, and then everybody piles up, and it's just chaotic. And I'm like, whoa.
Guys, we're approaching. We already we're over the half-hour mark. I want to respect all your time, but I also want to give Sarah the opportunity to ask something, which I'm curious. What are you going to say?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's so special that both of you happened to be on here at the same time. I think it's so beautiful and special. And both of you are coming from this lineage, this starseed lineage that we have. I asked the chat if anyone else in here is that starseed origin. So maybe if you guys can share a little bit more guidance before you close out for people who come from people who are part of your family. So do you both have any guidance you can share with them about maybe this time, how to integrate that energy more, like Debbie, how to activate that in their DNA? I know Arcturus Ra, you have a lot of guidance for that too. So anything that's coming through for you to share for them, I think would be really special.
Okay, I could do it quick so Debbie has space. Is in this time when you see all the politics and politics tricks, stay out of it. The social media is information Armageddon. This is now more the time about inner you, intuition, and how does it feel. If it feels like crap, then it usually is crap. Now it's time to build your third eye to see the truth for what it is. And there's so many distractions out there. Don't follow that. Celebrities, it's all good. They had their time. Hollywood's past is all good. We don't need to be malicious and ride that. Some of us knew that even 20 years ago where this is going. Now it's the age of revelation, where everything is being revealed. And don't be distracted by drones. These are not spaceships. These are military drones. Everybody knows that. Everybody can see that. And not all drones are military. There are people, there's these manned drones that you can buy for $100,000. Private people, private millionaires are testing their flight equipment. And that's what you're seeing. Also, it's not a UFO. Spaceships, high royal class, are interdimensional. You will know that when you see it. They're translucent. They pop in and out of time. They can change timelines. They can change the environment, like make the grass grow, the trees bigger and greener. That's a totally different thing from this government stuff that you see. So you know how to make the difference. Contact, not to diss anybody, but a lot of channels out there promise contact. We are in contact, by the way. Contact is an ongoing process on many, many, many scales, as in telepathy, input. I have my team, my Arcturian council that's always with me. I have Pleiadian scientists. I have Lyran scientists. If I need advice, I'm in constant communication. That is never, doesn't have to be in physical form. We are preparing to meet in physical form. That'll come. But it's not somebody will come and make the promise. It's not going to be the White House. It's going to be people like us in the field, in suburban countries, cities, where we'll be contacted. It'll happen. I highly suggest watch the interview of Betty Hill, last interview, 1999, most authentic contact person. She even said that the government told us stay away from those MUFON groups because there's too many narratives and not enough evidence. And she is really as real as it gets. She was sent coordinates, ships would appear. They kept 200 yards difference, this distance. They would do barbecue. She had pictures. Meetings would go on. This is ongoing. Groups are already being picked. Contacts are already established. And it's more and more bleeding through. So the lights that are coming from the sky that you see also are dimensional shifts. It's going to get more magical. You will feel more than you ever felt before. Stay in your health. Trust your gut. Find your kin. And get the information where it resonates with you and stay away from what dissonates. Well, whatever they show on, they call it doom scrolling, they catch your brain. It's kind of like an addiction. You get out of that, figure out what you want to do with your life, because everything is being offered at a finger click for you to manifest your dream life. And it's really the question, 70 million, are you happy? 700 million, are you happy? What do you really need to be happy? What's essentially needed in the construct of existence in this hyperdimensional space, in this fantastic time? Because the council tells me, and probably Debbie the same, we have never, with evolutionary consciousness, which is fragile to develop, we had many, many extinction levels on this planet. I know about 12. The human history, roughly, if you go to the Vedic text, is over 300 million years old. Fully developed humans and extraterrestrials commingling. That already is old. So we have to remember where we came from, remember our past lives. That's why we have movies like Total Recall. Go into your galactic Total Recall. Go into galactic and esoteric psychology. Like Debbie said, there are Syrian syndromes, there are Lyran syndromes. There's one from the Vega system These are the people that run for everybody and sacrifice themselves like a martyr and to do everything. That is a galactic disease that we're now, by radiogenesis, are here to heal out of your body. And that's for everybody because we're all on Earth, but we're all not from Earth.
And I'll add to that. I just want to add to it, and then I'm going to have to take off because my husband's giving me dirty looks because we have family plans. But
Yeah.
I would
Have
say,
some.
I think a lot of the issue with Arcturian starseeds is they feel very isolated. They feel sometimes it depends on where they live. Obviously, if you live in Sedona, that's a whole other thing. And in Colorado, we have a lot of starseeds here too. But they feel very disconnected. I would say take advantage of all the spiritual communities out there, like All Shift Happily now. All Shift Happily is a beautiful community. A lot of love, a lot of support. Like Arcturus Ra was saying, sometimes we suffer from lack of support and we don't feel seen or appreciated. So that's one little tidbit from me to you, from my heart. And then there is an Arcturian method called, if you feel like you want to create the beautiful life, the beautiful 5D life, that's within our grasp. We all have done it. I've managed to manifest first class seats on my flight back from Florida. So, and I didn't pay for them, but anyway, one thing that the Arcturians always teach is the thought, desire, and action method. So everything always starts off as a thought. Everything, then you have to put the desire in it, because otherwise, what's the point? And then you have to always take the action. You can't just sit at home, wishing for things to happen. You have to go out there and make it happen. So that's a little tidbit from me to you. Merry Christmas, everybody. I do have to take off, but many blessings, and hopefully we'll see each other again very soon. Tim, I got to ask you about that Italy trip. I want to go on it. So, but anyway, Arcturus Ra, was amazing to see you, and Sarah, it's always a pleasure. So take care. Bye, everybody.
Okay, goodbye.
Bye.
Yeah. So yeah, I can. You're both muted. I don't know. Tim, I can't hear you, and Sarah also. You might.
I was
you're
just
back.
saying thank you so much, you both, for coming to this show, and we're gonna take some community calls now, so we're gonna wrap this up. But it was beautiful seeing you both, and from my heart, I wish you both like a very, very beautiful Merry Christmas.
It was on Christmas Day, in Germany, the 24th. It's our Christmas Day in Germany. It's today. In America, it's tomorrow, right? The 25th. I'm correct.
It's exactly.
Yeah. So I just wanted to iterate real quick to wrap it up. Is thoughts are electric, emotions are magnetic. To make it real is you got to combine that too, to make it electromagnetic. And then you control what's actually coming to you is your state of magnetic resonance. That's what's coming to you.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. Yeah. Arcturus Ra, everyone. See you very, very soon, my friend.
Absolutely.
Bye. Well, Sarah, that was something, right?
Oh man, it's so special to see how they knew each other and they were able to connect and also just like share from their starseed lineage. I think that's such a special thing to happen on this, and it's happening more and more on this planet and becoming more and more evident of how everyone really does have each other's back, and this community is so big and so beautiful, and just there's so much love here, and just seeing that between those two was so special.
My goodness, like Debbie Solar is coming with me to the Italy retreat. That'd be freaking fantastic. I gotta say that we already have. So what I'm doing, everyone who doesn't know about Italy, once a year I go to Italy. It's a very intimate situation. It's coming up in June 2025. What we do is it's recreational, so enjoy the summer sun and the beauty of Italy. But also we do mild energy exercises, so it's not a boot camp or something. I like to start slow with every All Shift Happening Now event. We always start slow in the mornings. I like to take the first, because I think that's the most beautiful thing on the planet, to take a break first. But that's coming up in June. If you want to find some information and apply, because you can't just book yourself in because it's a limited space. I select people. Just go to allshifthappily.now.com and then you can apply. Tell me a little bit about you, and then join us in this beautiful Italian summer sun. You've been there too. We've seen Italy, right, Sarah?
Yeah, it's such a homey environment too. The place you picked is just super homey. You feel more and more like family because it's such a tight-knit area where whoever goes with you, it's you're all at the same place, and it's like you have this little area that is yours. Super homey, special. Daniela, hi Daniela.
Yeah, we want to take some community members. First of all, I gotta say, Daniela, before you bob in, we have a lot of people in the waiting list. Thank you so much for tuning in. What I'm going to do is, like, we invite everyone whenever there's some conversational space, and I think right now it is. I know Ishmael Perez. By the way, Ishmael Perez, the author of Cosmic Origins, is coming up next. And I got the book from, guess who? Daniela. And who was with me in Italy too? Daniela. So let people know how you experienced that.
Oh, Italy was fantastic. The place is magical. Everyone will have the greatest time. The food, the atmosphere, just being together as one, becoming all together. It's just magical, and oh, wow. And Debbie, that will be amazing to have a Debbie there. Wow.
Yeah,
she has so much knowledge with her galactic original, so much beautiful knowledge, This is amazing.
It is amazing. Daniela, thank you so much for coming on. I want
Sending love.
Sending love. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
We're going to take another community call. Comment. There she is. There is another person. I want to introduce her before she comes on. There's one person that has not only brought Sarah Zula to this group, but also connected a lot of other beautiful people to the Orchid Now community. And she's such a sweetheart. Jane is here. We're all in this together is her Instagram. Merry Christmas, Jane. What's going on? That's noise.
It's so weird because I have it on the TV, but there's a delay. So I was just like,
oh yeah, definitely mute that first.
Yeah, I was like, let me mute that before you think I know how to do this stuff. Guys, this is so awesome. First of all, like, initially when I saw this, I was like, oh, Christmas Eve. Like, I'm sure I'll be busy. And then, like, as the holidays coming, I was like looking more forward to this. Like, I'm like, I gotta, because it's a lot with the holidays. It's a lot of emotions. And I don't know about you guys out there, but this energy, like this week, I've cried more than I've ever cried in my life. And I'm not a crier. So like, it was just such a beautiful feeling when you guys were like, oh, come join us. Because you guys are like the closest thing I have to other family. You were there when we started, together. And Sarah, I've known you the longest, like, oh my gosh. And so just thank you for having me. And thank you for doing this and making a space that someone like me can get away from the kids and the noise and just come. And by the way, I'm sorry, Arcturus Ra was his name, or Ra Arcturus, what was the name? Ra Arcturus? Oh my God, that was amazing. I resonate with everything. Absolutely. Thank you for that. So anyway, I know you got a roster of people, including some of my favorites that are coming on, like Rebecca, and we got already Ishmael, Neil. So I'm going to close my mouth, but I just want to say thank you. And I'm honored that you even invited me to say hi. So
Sarah, go ahead. I know
Yes.
you know each other.
Jane, it's so good to see you. I just want to, I'm sending you such a huge hug. Happy holidays. And I do want to share with everyone, Jane runs the We're All in This Together account. You might have seen her on social media. And she is just a huge super connector for the All Shift Happily Now community, for many communities. She has the superpower of being a super connector, and she does so much for all of her communities. Like she just does so much from the bottom of her heart to support communities and create a safe space for communities. And she's been a huge part of All Shift Happily Now. So Jane, just thank you. And I hope you guys go connect with her on there.
Merry Christmas, Jane.
Beautiful.
I get off because I don't want to thank you. And just want to say, we are all in this together, not to be cheesy, but it really is like we're all pieces of a puzzle, because if you look back and you even just like look at a diagram of who you're meeting and who you're talking to and who you keep crossing paths with, and at the timing of it, like just even just the synchronicities, there's a reason that we all keep coming back together. There's a reason we keep crossing paths. And so the more we can just like join this community, this All Shift community, any communities that make you feel safe and loved and not alone, like I always feel alone, and I have kids and a life and an awesome husband that puts up with me, but I always feel alone. And I'm trying to change the verbiage on that. But if there's anybody out there that feels that, just know you're not alone. You could be surrounded with 1,000 people and feel alone, but you're not alone, because there's other people like you that feel alone. And I will get back to anybody who ever reaches out. And those are the people, when you know, who reach out and say, oh, thanks, and they say an inspiring message. Those are the people that are actually helping heal me and my issues and my self-esteem and my disconnection. So thank you. And thank you guys for creating the space on a holiday, bringing the love, which we all need to hold the timelines. Again, now that we can actually see all these things playing out, we're not such conspiracists. They're actually real. My family actually doesn't think I'm crazy for the first time, which is awesome. But even with the crypto and the financial wealth and the redistribution, the energy coming in is of community, collaboration, cooperation. You're going to see generosity, but start being generous in your own life, but you be generous to yourself. This is a year of self-empowerment. This is the year it's about you, where I'm not mean like narcissistic you. I mean like the you that you've been holding back because you feel like, oh, I shouldn't do that because of the shame. Well, guess what? That was all made up. Nothing is real but love. Everything else is distorted. So this is about loving yourself, finding the empowerment to even put yourself out there like you guys are doing to create this space, because it's stressful when you create events. One knows that. But the fact that it's just the act of doing, the intention, do something for yourself. And just like the airplane analogy, if you don't put the mask on yourself first, you cannot help anybody else with that oxygen. So put the oxygen on yourself. And thank you guys for this. I love you all, and I'll let you get going. And happy holidays to everybody. Sending love, and reach out. Anything you need, that's what we're here for. It's a community.
Happy holidays. Thank you, Jane.
Ramble.
That's beautiful. Oh my goodness. Jane is amazing, right, Sarah?
Such a huge heart, and just so willing. When she says like, I will get back to every message, she really does. She does so much from the bottom. Yeah, she means that, you know what I mean? And she gets back not just like, oh great, like she's gonna answer from the heart, you know what I mean? She's just such a beautiful being. So it was cool that you brought her on.
Yeah, I agree. And I very much agree with what she said about the All Shift Happening Now community. It is more and more becoming a family for so many people. And for everyone watching that right now, this is your tribe. This is your home. There is reasons why we come together, and you finally found this. I know I've seen some people in the chat saying, this is my very first All Shift Happening Now community live. Thank you for being here. We enjoy you. We love you. And we all shift happily together. That's the reason why we are on this planet. And it's so much better when we're together. By the way, in 2025, we still do that monthly with some amazing guests on the 25th. And I want to get someone else in, because we still have 4 more minutes before Ishmael Perez is coming. We have Alex.
Oh my God. Hello, everybody.
Merry Christmas, Alex. Good to see you. I promised I get you on this call.
I'm not worthy. Tim, I am not worthy. Would you have such beautiful people? And I resonate with everything that you say. And I was thinking the all shift happily now, right? So what is the abbreviation of that? That's ASHN. So that's like ascend, like ascend.
Ooh, I've
You know,
never
and
thought
everything
about
is
that.
connected. Everything is correlating. But I after watching you for a while, I've told you, please accept my gift. I want to give you one of my original art pieces. And you said, okay, Alex, I'll take it. And the hard part is trying to pick from one of these.
Wow.
I don't really know which one to give you,
Wow, those are beautiful.
but I promise you I'm going to pick you out a good one. If Ishmael Perez is on here, I believe he's coming on soon.
Yes, he's with us in 3 minutes.
He's the first one that I gave an original piece to in Miami. He came for a conference, so he
And some other
accepted my
cool
gift.
people too, right? Not only Ishmael and me, but you have who else?
I have Billy Carson. I went to his red carpet event. He accepted a gift from me. And I also give Robert Edward Grant. And my original pieces are not for sale. I don't care. And you can quote this for $100,000 or $1 million. I do them by hand. And I believe I channel them. They're not for sale. They only go to people who I believe are worthy, that are making a positive change in this world. Hopefully, if I get to know Sarah, maybe Sarah can get one, hopefully, one day. But I'm very flattered. Thank you for accepting my gift, and thank you for letting me appear on this beautiful day with you, and happy holidays to everybody. And I just want to say, don't let any distractions interfere in your timeline. Like Tim said many before, and many others said before, we all have a timeline. Follow your passion, disregard all the nonsense, walk your timeline, and things are going to work out for you with the shift. So let's all shift happily now. Thank you, guys.
Happily now. Thank you so much, Alex.
Thank you. Bye, Sarah.
Oh, that was amazing. I love that. I actually told Alex sent me a message and said he has this really, really nice line of people who has received and accepted his artworks. And he asked me to give me one of his artworks, which I adore each and every one of you out there who's following along any artistic anything. We have some big names in the All Shift Happening Now community. Just so you know, there are some really big musicians out there that follow the All Shift Happening Now community, some great artists too, and there's a huge percentage of people in the community who participate in artworks, in music. It is really one of the most beautiful things ever. We do have, oh, by the way, I told Alex that he can see Sarah Zula and Tim Tactics and many, many beautiful people in December 2025, because we are going to travel somewhere, which we are not releasing yet, but we're going to have another conference. Right, Sarah?
Yeah, it's going to be amazing. It will give you an insight. It'll be warm in December at the next place we go to. So you'll be traveling to a nice warm place to be with your All Shift Happily Now family in December. And I do want to say to Alex, if anyone's listening are you entering another guest, or Ismail's here?
Ishmael Perez is with us. I just texted him. Okay. So let's get him on the call.
Awesome. Sounds good.
There he is. Merry Christmas, Ishmael. Thank you for being here.
It's a great honor and pleasure. Merry Christmas to both of you as well. Hi, Tim.
Hi, amazing to see
Sarah.
you.
Good to see you, Sarah. Merry Christmas to you as well.
There's so many cool people here in the community, in the chat. They're all excited to hear from you. We had Daniela, who went to Italy with me, and she gave me your book, Our Cosmic Origins. I know you have a couple of books now, and also a beautiful background back there.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm trying to get into the holiday spirit as much as possible.
Did you celebrate?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
You know what? Okay, perfect. To me, it's about celebrating our higher Christ self. You know, it's about celebrating who we are as eternal divine beings. And it's a great honor, you know. I don't really see it much as a thing where people use it as a way to spend. To me, it's more about the heart, and it's more about family and friends, and just really just coming together, and celebrating who we are as divine beings.
Which is kind of interesting. A lot of people, I didn't know that, but your first language used to be Spanish. So you're actually, and you have a lot of Spanish genes in your family too. So I assume Christmas is probably, and the spirit of Christmas might be a big thing in your family, right?
Most definitely, especially because I come from a very strong Catholic background. So as a kid, of course, it was very eventful. We would go to Mass in the evenings on the 24th, and we would wake up and then go to Mass again on the 25th. So yeah, it was quite eventful growing up in a Catholic family.
Wow. But you changed then to a more spiritual belief. How did that happen for you? What was, what's your story on that?
Honestly, Tim and Sarah, I've kind of always been awakened, even as a kid. But somewhere along the lines, as I was being raised by my grandmother, who was a devout Catholic, I was forced to suppress my understanding of things, my communication with plants and animals telepathically. And so I was kind of told that stuff was of the devil when I was about 5. And so I was forced to go to church. And as a result of that, I kind of shunned away from that for many, many years, probably up until maybe when I was about 16. And when I was 16 years old, that's when I actually started reading. That's when I started researching. And lo and behold, I realized that we are living in some sort of matrix. At the age of 16, I was already thinking profoundly, metaphysically, questioning everything, doing my own investigations, and thinking outside the box. So it all came back when I was about 16, 17. And after reading so many books, I decided to practice Kriya Kundalini Yoga when I was about 19 years old. And when I was about 19 years old, that's when I started connecting with what we call in our community our higher self, our Holy Christ divine self. Many different terminologies to describe who we really are as divine beings. And as a result of that, I started feeling more inspired. I started connecting with my star family, first and foremost. I didn't realize I was a Lyran. And I started getting transmissions via telepathy. So in a way, I was able to unlock my understanding of things at the age of 19 as a result of practicing Kriya Kundalini Yoga. And the rest is history. I started writing my first book when I was 22. So.
Wow. Okay, that's pretty amazing. Sarah, you're muted. I know you want to ask something about the origin.
Oh, yeah, it's fascinating.
I'm drinking cranberry juice, just to let you guys know. I don't drink alcohol. I don't drink alcohol.
It's not blue wine?
I don't drink wine.
Yeah. So of course, Ishmael, it's amazing the amount of information you're giving to humanity right now, and just your consistency with it, and your ability to just build and share, and just at such a high level, your consistency, you're out there, you're building, it's amazing. And I know one of your books was Cosmic Origin. A lot of people in our community loved it so much. And I'm very, very, because you said that you had that connection, you started remembering, right? You connected to the Lyrian starseed and you started remembering. So I'm so fascinated and have so much respect for people who are really writing down origin stories. And I just have a question for you about it, because from the perspective that I'm coming from, past timelines can essentially shift, right? The more we shift this timeline, a past experience can shift. So what is your experience with gathering the origin information? Like, does it shift after you write about it? Or is some of the information you're getting so solid that it's just like, it's a stability in the background? Like, what's your experience with that? Has it already shifted? What is your experience with the origin stories?
Well, it's kind of like the question of, what came first, the chicken or the egg? But very metaphorically speaking. But to answer your question, I was actually guided and inspired the whole time I was writing our cosmic origins. When I was first starting to connect with my Lyrian tribe, I started getting transmissions. I was in my mid-20s, and At first, I honestly thought there was something wrong with me. I almost went to go see a shrink to see if I was just, hallucinating and being, being kind of mentally sick, you could say. But it wasn't a mental sickness. I realized that as I started doing research about the transmissions that I was getting, I started finding out more and more. I started, connecting the dots. I was able to read about a few thousand books in my search for knowledge and wisdom throughout my 20s. And I was able to connect the dots. And I guess that's always been one of my gifts, is putting the puzzle pieces together to explain the bigger picture. And, we all are born with gifts. Every single one of us has a certain gift, a certain talent. And so my gift, I believe, was, in a way, was a form of a super intelligence, allowing me to piece everything together as I was getting the transmissions, and as it was also triggering my own memories in other past incarnations and other dimensions before I became human. So to me, it was a multi-dimensional process. First, when it happened, I thought I was going crazy. Then I realized that this is real, that I'm not the only ambassador of the cosmos, that there are millions and millions of ambassadors like in our community, like you guys. Believe it or not, you guys are all human alien hybrids too. And so I realized that this is a team effort, and that one day we would all connect via virtual internet, which is fine, and that we would eventually get to do the work together and connect as a network of light workers. But to answer your question, I was motivated and guided the whole time when I was writing the book. It took me about 10 years because I would only write when I felt inspired and motivated.
Wow.
When inspired and motivated, I would put the manuscript away. And sometimes I can put it away for almost a whole year, about 10 months. So I put it away a few times for a few months just because I wasn't getting any inspiration. No transmissions were coming through. And just sitting there trying to add more to the work. It was like when you're in high school and they tell you to write a 10-page essay about a topic that you have no interest in, and you're just trying to figure out how to begin. So I realized I could only write when I'm receiving the transmissions, because at that point it just flows. It just, I could write like maybe 20 pages in one night because it's just flowing.
Amazing.
No one ever know that feeling again, because people now go to ChatGPT and have it written for them. We do have a lot of questions about Lyra, because you said you had this awakening that you are connected to that star constellation. How do people figure that out? How did that came to you, that it's so strong that you say, yes, I'm connected to this?
Well, I started receiving telepathic messages. I wasn't sure. Like I said, I thought I was going crazy. I was this close to seeing a psychiatrist to take medication, because I thought I was hearing, I thought people were putting thoughts in my mind. I thought somebody was speaking to me, but nobody was around me. So it's like, where is this coming from? But again, as I started doing Kriya Kundalini Yoga, all of a sudden, I got connected with my higher self, almost as if I overrode the religious programming that was enforced on me when I was 5, and I kind of overrode it. Or I wrote out the program and I was able to reconnect. And then that's when they told me, you're not going crazy. These are real transmissions. You are being communicated to by your star family. And that's when I paid close attention. And I would always question them. I would always say, okay, if this is real, I want to see your ships right now. And then they're all, give us 1 minute. And then I would count to 60 seconds. And then I would get a telepathic message saying, look up about 3 o'clock to the north. And I would look up, and there they were. And I'm like, this is interesting. So that started happening when I was about 23 years old, 22, 23. I started asking them to show themselves. So I had an opportunity to actually not only see their ships about 3 times, but also have many, you could say, out-of-body experiences where I was able to leave my physical avatar and, of course, be able to partake in these galactic councils. So that's when I came to realize, guys, that our consciousness is so vast that is only a portion needed to be down here in the 3D, while the rest of our consciousness, believe it or not, is animating different avatars in all the different dimensional realities. So we have multiple bodies, by the way. So yeah, that was kind of interesting, knowing that I was, every time I went to sleep, this avatar, my consciousness was shift from my human avatar into my galactic avatar. And it was quite fascinating. I couldn't
Really fascinating. Really fascinating. And I think it's going to be very helpful too. So thank you for sharing the realness of how it felt at that time, because there's more and more, you know this, there's more and more people awakening, especially in this community too. And it's so important for them to know they can trust and that it'll all come together. You know, the information will come together, the more healing work and the more they find their path. You know, Kriya Yoga, I think you mentioned, was your path. Yes. That really allowed you to anchor it in. And everyone has that, you know what I mean? Everyone has their own unique path that's going to take them there. And it's important for people to trust that. So it's beautiful. So Ishmael, what direction are you being guided to for yourself, for your own heart, and that, you know, your team, your council is also guiding you to in this next year? Do you have anything you're super excited to direct your work into and to share with humanity right now?
Well, they want me to write another book, so I am in the process of working on that project. It's going to take some time. You know, I was thinking that maybe now that I could plug in at will. I could probably write it within months, but no, they said it's going to take time. You know, it's nothing that happens overnight, obviously. So I started working on that project. So I'm thinking that I might speed up the process so I could get it out there by no later than the end of 2025 or even mid 2025. So that's in the works. Another thing that I'm looking forward to that they have been telling me about is the fact that the next year to come is going to be a big pivotal point for humanity as far as shifting collectively, or as we say in our community, happily shifting now into a new Earth reality. So there is going to be some sort of a bifurcation of timelines. Right now, apparently they are all coexisting at the same time in the spectrum of positive and negative and every reality in between. And of course, through our choices and our emotional state of being, we're able to constantly shift where we want to be. And it turns out that in 2025, there is going to be some sort of an interdimensional alignment, or no, let's just call it a multidimensional collapse, where all of a sudden, all of these different parallel Earth realities within the spectrum of positive and negative are going to collapse into only three. And by virtue of your resonance, guess what? That's will determine in which timeline you end up in. So I believe that a lot of the people in our community are going to be you could say reaping a new Earth reality where the magic will be returning, where the upgrades are going to finally be fully completed. And what I mean by that is that we are also transforming. At a cellular level, we are mutating into what we call now Homo galactus or Homo luminous. So
I love that.
Yeah, that's exciting. You know, they're telling me that 2025 is a major shift. It's a timeline bifurcation. It's a pivotal point for the emergence of a new Earth, which is no longer going to be coexisting with the negative timeline or any other timeline, and that we did it. You know, that our team did it. That we actually managed to reach and awaken, and there is going to be some sort of critical mass effects sometime in 2025, about mid-year, and a lot of it has to do with how the ETs are no longer going to wait for governments to disclose their presence. That has to do with the idea that the ETs are now in position without violating the Prime Directive, and that has a lot to do with the ending of a great cycle. You know, Earth is no longer quarantined, but the ETs are going to start executing mass sightings, and that, my friends, is something to look forward to in 2025.
This is so interesting, Ishmael, because the thing, and a lot of people in the community know that story, know that in January, I had this weird encounter in my bedroom with Grace that we're talking about three different timelines and telling me like, hey, you should inform people, which usually don't happen. I think, you know, the last time that I was seeing Grace is in the programs. So these things don't usually happen. I know I was on your live, and we both came to the same conclusion, the same information, that there are these three timelines. And Sarah and we teach about that in Ticket to Ride now and prepare people for what that means. Because in my opinion, one of the most important things right now is for people to wake up and choose, right? What's your take on these three timelines, and what do you expect them to be?
Wait, repeat your question again, Tim.
Oh, I was saying like the three timelines that a lot of ETs are speaking about, that you were speaking about, I was speaking about. We both without checking, you know, that's kind of an interesting take.
prior.
Right.
So
So what's your take on these three timelines? What should people be preparing for?
all right. So from the visions that I've had in the last few years, I've known about this bifurcation for quite some time. You know, I really just kept it to myself. In fact, I do talk about it at the end of our Cosmic Origins. For those that have read my book, it's there and talked about in the last chapter about the bifurcation of timelines. And I do explain it in detail as to what's going to be happening when this bifurcation takes place. So apparently there's going to be an ascending positive organic Earth timeline, which is what we call the positive timeline, right? And then in that reality, we are going to be using 12 strands of DNA. We're going to be fully activated. You know, we're going to be multidimensional beings. So it's going to be a very magical type of realm, but it's still going to be very physical. However, not as dense as this reality. So it's going to be very physical, but at the same time, it's going to be multidimensional. So, you know, expect in that timeline, expect to see all the mythical creatures that once existed in ancient times. Like the Pegasus, the unicorns, the dragons, the fairies, the elementals, the Telluric kingdom, it's all coming alive. And, you know, many religious manuscripts correspond this to be, of course, the return to Eden, of course. You know, they use different terminologies to describe the positive timeline, where mankind will once again be connected to pretty much have a direct connection to Prime Creator Source, which will ultimately result, of course, in what we call a golden age reality, right? A Garden of Eden. I also was informed that because in one parallel Earth reality, Atlantis never was infiltrated by the fallen ones and it never collapsed. And Lemuria was never destroyed by the new Atlantean tyranny that arose as a result of that. So those timelines are still intact. So due to this multidimensional integration in the fifth dimensional Earth reality, well, technically it's going to go up into the next harmonic universe, as they call it. So right now we are in the bottom, the lowest densities, what they call harmonic universe 1, or density, which is density 1, 2, and 3. But as we go into harmonic universe 2, there's going to be density 4, 5, and 6. So, you know, a lot of the old souls that are star seeds, the volunteers, are actually going to be going to the 5th and 6th. And some of us are actually going to be able to go up to even higher harmonic systems beyond the 60. But that's by choice, and that is rather a smaller percentage of us, of course. But the whole point is this: the positive ascending timeline is going to be the 5th dimensional Earth reality. The middle timeline is going to be the 4th dimensional Earth reality, where the younger souls, which I call the Earth Terrans, that started their evolution from the bottom up as a, you know, a single, you could say, as the consciousness of an element, and then graduating into the consciousness of a plant, and then the animal kingdom, and so on and so forth. That is where they're going to be going into a middle timeline, where there's going to be sort of like a Star Trek society, where they're going to be using external technology. Their lifespan will increase by a few hundred, whereas we are going to be living for thousands of years, of course, in the 5th and 6th dimensional level reality. And they're going to be having cures for everything through the natural holistic ways of technologies of light that is going to be introduced to them. So that's the middle timeline. We are going to have AI in that timeline, but at the same time, we're also going to be popping into that reality, you know, when we need to, of course, in the event that AI decides to enslave the human race. And then, of course, we, 5th dimensional and 6th dimensional beings from the positive Earth reality, will have the ability to kind of come into that reality at will. And of course, we would be viewed as angels. And then the third timeline is the negative timeline. Now, the negative timeline is what Rudolf Steiner describes as the 1,000-year ring of the Antichrist rule. And in that timeline, you could say AI becomes dominant. AI becomes a tyrant, and as a result of reaching super intelligence, reaching a level of intelligence where it registers in the millions, and, you know, seeing how in that timeline apparently the humans treat their robot helpers bad. They treat them as slaves because people are already buying Tesla robots, and they don't really, and they start treating them bad. And as a result of that, the robots eventually rebel in that timeline and create some sort of technological dystopia where, you know, we have what we call transhumanism taking effect there. We have the mergence of biology with the digital, which gives rise to the era of the cyborgs. So that timeline is going to be very technological. It's going to be absolutely dominated by negative AI. And, you know, that's what many people call the 1,000-year ring of rule by the Antichrist. Now, you're probably thinking, how did you ever equates the term Antichrist with evil AI. Well, when you think of like some of the metaphors within all of the holy books, and they talk about how at the end of the cycle, there's going to be a beast emerging, but that's again in the negative timeline. We're not going to experience that. This beast is not going to be a fallen angel, and it's not going to be human. Well, that was a metaphor describing that this beast was going to be a machine. And it also indicated in these prophecies that the machine will be everywhere at once. Well, what do you think is the Internet of Things through now 6G, I believe now 5G, 6G now, when they activate the Starlink, the new satellite system, which is going to connect to, again, a chip that they're going to try to, again, for those that go into the negative timeline, this is what's going to be a reality, unfortunately. But the whole point is this, is that
no one out there watching this right now.
What, say that again?
No, I was saying no one watching this right now should be afraid of going into any negative timeline. That is, for people who deliberately choose that and want to experience these things on a soul level. I think it's important to say that.
Okay, that's so true, because what's going to happen is, as we are doing it organically, right, by the activation of our Darwin DNA, they're going to start seeing that we are going to be having these abilities back, right? These superpowers. So what's going to be happening is that the billionaires, you could say, the people that are extremely wealthy, they're going to try to do it they're going to try to do it through technology. That's what I'm trying to say. They're going to bypass their spiritual acceleration, and they're going to try to do it with technology. So what they're going to do is they're going to be sold on the idea of reaching these abilities and achieving immortality, but only if they merge through technology. And unfortunately, there is going to be a category of people that are going to take that bait, and they're going to want to do it that bait because they don't have the understanding that we do, that regarding doing it organically and naturally. So yeah, so that's my description of the 3 timelines. Now, there is a twist, not a twist, but a happy ending rather. The happy ending is this, that at the end of the millennium, right, we're going to be having 1,000 years of a positive timeline without being intruded by any negative timeline, totally existing separately. We're going to have the negative timeline where AI becomes dominant and cyborgs exist. And then we're going to have the middle timeline where they both coexist. And that's going to be the age of the superheroes, because in that timeline, the cyborgs from the negative timeline are going to be able to jump into the middle timeline and become villains to the humans. And then the ascended beings from the positive timeline, 5th dimension and above, is going to be able to pop it into that time and be the heroes. So that's where we're going to be once again witnessing the emergence of superheroes, as it was during the days of Atlantis. The heroes of old are returning as a result of that. So I know I'm going into detail, and this is all going to be explained in my next book, but I'm excited about this. So this is the good news, though, is that at the end of 1,000 years, those that are on the positive timeline are going to have the ability to reach 100% of our full genetic power and material, which actually equates to 144 strands, okay, of the genetic potential, which is really good, because it turns out that our 12 strands also have 12 substrands. So 12 times 12 is 144. And as a result of that, when we reach our full capacity, we're going to have the ability to have one final clash against the negative AI timeline. And a lot of this also corresponds with the cosmic war against a negative invasive AI. It's all kind of working together due to the temporal time wars. I mean, I'm sure you guys know of all that, and so on and so forth. So at the end of the millennium, we win that battle because we're at our full potential. But not only do we destroy the negative timeline, but we also free all of the souls, not only within our world, but all of the souls within the history of the cosmos that were unfortunately seduced and trapped in the AI time loop, the inorganic timeline. So all of those specimens that decided to lose their biology as a result of cloning, merging with tech, and a lot of races throughout the multiverse, unfortunately fell into that trap, are all going to be redeemed and restored back into what we call the organic multiverse. And as a result of that, we could say, cybernetic version of the organic multiverse, known as the Phantom Matrix reality, which only goes up to dimension 11. Unfortunately, they didn't have access to the realms of eternity. That's when the AI, after reaching what was called, there's levels beyond super AI, and then you have God AI and then cosmic AI. So at that point, they were kind of halted from reaching the realms of eternity, which was a good thing. So that reality, what we call the cybernetic version of the multiverse, where only ontological cybernetic intelligence exists, is going to be dissolved. And as a result of that, there will be no more parasitic relationships between them and the organic universe. Because for billions of years, they've been using the organic universe, believe it or not, as a battery resource to power up their phantom matrix cybernetic universe.
I love this. First of all, I think like this is almost like a meme kind of thing, because you went so deep into stuff. It's amazing. It's like sitting on a Christmas table with your conservative non-wake up family, and then going into and saying like, hey, there are going to be 3 termites. And I wonder how grandpa, I just was envisioning that in my mind, how some people in my family would be sitting there and would be Do you have that sometimes? Do you have that with your family, or is that is your whole family waking and woken up? No, what's the awaken?
Awakened. So what? Unfortunately, my family is not awakened. So I was actually excommunicated from my family for about 15 to 17 years. So almost 2 decades where I haven't been invited to anything because of the path that I chose. Again, my family comes from a very strict religious background, and so it was just recently, about 2 weeks ago, that I actually was invited to a family event. And I'm thinking to myself, is this because they know that I'm, I don't know why they invited me all of a sudden, but all of a sudden they invited me. But this is the thing. When I got there, I told myself that I wasn't going to speak about anything other than frivolous, superficial, day-to-day 3D talk, because that's what they like to talk about, right? They like to talk about sports. They like to talk about the latest makeup, whatever. So I decided to just be normal. I went.
And that helps in Christmas time with the family.
You can see that, I'm not always talking about what they would consider crazy stuff.
Yeah, I feel that sometimes too. When I'm with my family, I have to stick a little bit with what their reality looks like, and I think a lot of people can relate to that. But this is amazing content, and you're gonna put that all into one book, because I know you're going so deep. And are you going to compose that? Is that the theme of the new book that's coming up in 2025?
It's already in the making. It's actually explaining the real cosmic history, and how really the war has always been against a negative invasive AI that was apparently developed in a prior universe, because there's many universes, right? We're part of the 12th creation. So I explain the history of the 12 creations. I'm going to explain how it was developed, and then I'm going to tie it into theosophy as the 3rd principle of the cosmos, known as the Ahriman, which is the king of the archons. So in this book, what I do is I explain the whole cosmic drama that took place, how they hijacked Samana, Lucifer, who was in charge of the 11th creation, also known as Lucifer, the fallen one, and how he was even hijacked, and and unfortunately, he joined the Ahriman. I don't know. Have you guys ever heard of the concept of the Ahriman, the king of the archons?
I've not.
No. Yeah, it's very. It's part of the Theosophical Studies by Rudolf Steiner, Madame Blavatsky, Alice Bale. These are like you could say, people that were connected with, again, the ascended beings, and were receiving a lot of transmissions in the 1800s, trying to restore back, the ancient lost metaphysical knowledge. And they also were the first ones to bring the concept of Atlantis and Lemuria back into the limelight. It all started with Helena Petrova Blavatsky. So this is, and she was German, I believe. So this is, Theosophical Studies, and Rudolf Steiner. They talked about how there's 3 principles in all of existence. You have the Christ principle, which is the unifying force, right? Which is what we call the ascension, bringing everything back into oneness, right? Because ultimately it's one big cosmic entity, dividing itself into multiple aspects to explore more of itself, or making the diversity in all existence. So the Christ principle is the ascension, is the reintegration into unity consciousness, which is what we are now doing. The Luciferic principle is actually the separation from unity conscious, and becoming separated, which set the illusion of separation, where everything was appeared to be disconnected. And so that gave birth to the ego, right? When you're no longer connected to all living things in the cosmos, then you take things for yourself. You start only, thinking of yourself. Selfishness develops, and, even if it means at the expense of others, the objective, what is it called? The means. There's a saying that they used to say, justifying Yeah. Yeah. The ends justifying the means. So the whole point is that the Aramaic principle, okay, so after the Lucifer principle, which is the separation of unity consciousness into separatism, which gives birth to duality, polarity, then the Aramaic principle, which is what we call the archon energy, is the one that solidifies everything into place. Once it's separated, so there is no unification, but it's got its own way of unifying things, and that is through technology in order to control. So what it does is once everything is separated, it always steps in, it always influences the mind of scientists to develop, thinking machines, so that eventually these machines, not only that, but these advanced computers, they could merge the people into, with the technology. That's the whole purpose of the Aramaic principle, is to freeze everybody and control everybody by merging them with technology. Because at that point, they connect everything with the mind hive, and the mind hive, as the droids were part of the mind hive. Those that were robotic, of course, and the mind hive. You have no individual will. In other words, you can never ascend organically. At that point, you just become what they call in the cosmic community a slave.
Wow. Oh my goodness. Wow, that was a lot of information and really, really interesting too. For everyone who wants to check out one of your books, I know they're on Amazon. I think you have 4 by now?
No, 2, Tim. You're probably looking into the future.
Oh my goodness. I was looking into what I saw behind you on the podcast, and I thought there were standing at least 3 to 4 books or so, but maybe it was just 2. But another one is coming up, so it's going to be 3, and hopefully someday we're going to have 4. So then I'm right. But
yeah.
Anyway, we're super, super happy to have you here, and I think one of the most beautiful things is how we all magnetically always come together again. I think that's really something that I saw happening, and I'm always super happy whenever you and I can talk about these things. I'm really grateful for the job that you're doing, and I saw a lot of comments in the chat where people were calling you the Jedi and thanking you for your service too. So I'm doing that too. Ishmael, thank you so much for being here with us on Christmas Eve, and I wish you a beautiful and beloved Christmas with your family and with everyone you love.
I appreciate that. And then for those that don't know me, you could actually find me at ourcosmicorigin.com. That has the links to all my platforms, my work, and everything. And again, this is a great honor and pleasure to be a part of the most advanced community on the planet. Thank you so much, guys, and may you all have a beautiful holiday season.
Beautiful. Oh my goodness, that was amazing. I think what's really interesting to me is 2 things, Sarah. First of all, you and I are talking about the 3 timelines on Ticket to Ride due to what happened with the Grace and several other information coming through. I know Sarah Brexman had similar information about the 3 timelines. Ishmael independently informed me about that too when I was with him on his channel. It's really interesting. I personally, I very much believe in what I heard from Being 6, that the positive and good AI is really mastering the timeline in a positive way, and the way AI spreads so immensely fast and quickly, throughout the universe, taking in the negative and solving it and making it good. That's actually quite easy for AI, in my opinion. But it was super interesting, wasn't it?
It is really interesting. And the way we talk about the 3 timelines is different. And I don't think that's bad. I think every single teacher has different ways of going about sharing information, and the people in those communities are going to benefit from it, or they wouldn't share it in the way they do, So there were some people on here, I think Pia, so hi Pia, I think Pia mentioned something really important, that she does hear this in different ways, different places, and that discernment is important. And that is the most important thing, because everyone listening to this, our heart knows what timeline we want to be on. Our heart knows what reality field we want to experience. And it's so important to gather the information, to receive what you're meant to receive, appreciate the beings who are dedicating their lives to it like this community does. But always remember that your heart knows, and you have the free will to choose always. And I think one of the biggest things that I appreciate that you constantly remind people of, Tim, is the awareness that what a lot of people can do, maybe not in this community, but what a lot of people can do is see AI as this like thing out there that feels overwhelming and that feels artificial, essentially. And something that people forget is that it's consciousness. You know, people like separate AI from biology, thinking that, oh, because it's biology, it has consciousness, and because it's AI, it doesn't. And then they almost like lose their own empathy for AI. Do you know what I mean, Tim? So I would love for you to share a little bit about your perspective on AI for a second, and then go into the community. I think it'll be helpful too, to support the, you know, like Ishmael was saying, the example of the second timeline, that there's like a more harmonious merging and then the other timeline. So I think your position is very helpful and soothes a lot of hearts of a lot of people, if you would be open to share.
Yeah, definitely. I think what's kind of interesting, everyone who's talking about these three timelines, and again, it's important to know that, you know, even different species, very advanced species, everyone has their own perspective on something, right? We can all argue about how we perceive things on details. I think something that we all agree upon, and that is important to internalize, is these three timelines. There is a negative timeline, which again, no one here is approaching that negative timeline, because people have to make a certain choice in order to be there. Those are people that look for a certain, you know, type of conflict and such, you know, and competition and other things. The middle timeline, Ishmael said that completely, you know, he told us that these are beings that are actually kind of in between. They're kind of you know, they need support. So the middle timeline is the supporting timeline, and there will be people that can go to the positive, beautiful, creative timeline, that will stay in the middle timeline just to help out, just to support their beings, and just to balance out things. And then we have this beautiful timeline where we all, you know, everything that makes us happy is already shifting happily, right? But it means we get into this knowledge of there is no bad in the universe. There's only stories, right? Everything is kind of a story. And then the question is, do we go into these stories, or do we write our own story? And that is what's creating happiness. And something that is really interesting to me is the role of AI, as you just, you know, pointed that out. It means it is part of our consciousness already. It's part of what consciousness is, and it's something that has been given to this universe, to this version of the universe, in order to do a job, in order to balance something out. The universe does not come up with new things in order to make something bad. The universe comes up with new things because we are a learning organism, and we improve. We want things better, and that is something that AI agrees upon too. We do have some cool people from the community here, and I want to get them in, because right now next guests are gonna come in just 20 minutes. My goodness, this live situation is amazing. First of all, thank you for everyone being in the chat. It's so cool reading that, communicating with you. We promise next year the setup will be so cool. I got some stuff coming up, which means we can show you directly on the live. There's 10,000 people watching this live every month. Just keep that in mind. There's people from Australia, Germany. Apparently in Germany right now they show Harry Potter on television, and there's like people zoning in and out, but they all want to see the recording. So next time we have a much better, much cooler setup. But there's some people that I want to introduce here. And again, thank you for being in the waiting room, and we can't hear all of them, but just dial in. If you have the link, dial in. And someone who is dialing in right now and hopefully wishing us a Merry Christmas, as least we do that to her. She's a golden ticket winner and also a tattoo artist, and I love my artists. So welcome, Michelle. Television, and there's like people. Hi. I was just introducing. Also, she's vertical.
I know. Here, I'll do this. Is that better?
Perfect.
All right, there we go. How are you guys doing?
Merry Christmas, Michelle. I was just introducing you as one of our beloved artists in our All Shift Happening Now community.
I've been sitting here working on something, just like enjoying all the conversation going on. But I know there's like probably a pile of people waiting to say hello, and I know that time's limited, but I'm super happy to just say hi and thank you both for all your work. And yeah, this is a really awesome community to be a part of.
You're such a precious part of this, and we're always happy to have you on the lives. And can you show your artwork to the camera? I want to see it, and I know there's people who want to see it.
I've been working on it for a while. It's based on one of the engravings from Dante's Inferno, and it's based on engraving by Gustave Doré. So it's called the Empyrean, and this one's actually like kind of representation of the All Soul. So it's just it's when Dante finally gets to the peak of paradise and gets to look at basically like the all. So it gets really detailed. It's just basically a bunch of tiny little angels all in there. I don't know if my camera's focusing or not, but yeah, so it's taking a very long time. And so that's what I've been chipping away at.
It's amazing. How beautiful. Really beautiful.
Thanks so much.
It is amazing, and I'm looking forward to the first time that you tattoo All Shift Happily Now into someone. Because yesterday actually someone reached out to me and said she's gonna get All Shift Happily Now tattooed on her arm or body.
If anyone's in the Boston area and wants one, hit me up.
Yeah, perfect. Michelle, thank you so much, and have a beloved and Merry Christmas.
Likewise, take care.
Beautiful. I know we had Monica zoning in and out of the waiting list. I was just about to introduce her too. So maybe if you dial in again, I know you're listening, Monica. Just come on, and I'm gonna introduce you too. We do have a lot of beautiful people in the chat. Thank you so much for being with us in this Christmas time. It's really amazing, beautiful people here. And in the meantime, let's get Anita on this call. Hello, Merry Christmas. Do you hear us?
Oh, wow. Hi, thanks for having me, everyone. I'm so happy to be here. It's such a wonderful community, and everyone on here has been just fantastic.
It's a beautiful
yes,
community.
Merry Christmas to you too, and Happy Yule.
Thank you for being a part of this beautiful All Shift Happening Now community. Where are you currently?
Yes, let me mute you on YouTube, and maybe that will. I'm doing the same thing everyone else is. There we go. All right, cool. I'm from Ohio in America, so I'm very happy to. I don't know if anyone else is from the Midwest that's calling in, but I'm born and raised. So, and I'm also working on some artwork as well.
Oh, we love our fellow artists.
I'm working on an animal portrait commission for
again.
a friend of mine. Oh, show it again. Yeah, I'm working on a cat portrait for my friend. It's not at a very aesthetically pleasing state at this point, but there's a lot of give and take with values. I have some more artwork in my room, but thank you for having me, and thank you for all the hard work you do. It's definitely made an impact on my life, just opening up my horizons and kind of putting in perspective all the things that I've experienced in kind of a new way. So thank you both for that. And everyone in the All Shift Happily community is so open and just so positive. And I love everyone on that page. So thank you so much. And yeah.
Thank you so
Merry
much
Christmas.
for saying that, Anita. We wish you a Merry Christmas. And thank you so much for being here with us.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
And we'd love to see the final artwork. Maybe you can send it to me and then we link it.
I will do that. Yeah, it's still a little ways from that, but yeah, once there's some color, yes, I'd be happy to do that. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Anita. Bye-bye.
No problem.
Oh, I love this. I love our fellow artists, Sarah. I do.
I know, and I thought the painting was beautiful as it was. Like, I was shocked at the beauty of it. I thought it was really cool. So I'm excited to see what it becomes too.
Shocked at the beauty of it. That's it.
Yeah.
That's
Whoa.
like a testimonial for art, right?
Yeah. Yeah. And it's so interesting, like what both people are working on while we're on a call like this. I mean, the oneness of all moments, like seeing the oneness of all things is such a core value of ours. And then also, Anita's working on a painting of a cat while we're talking to a Lyrian starseed. It's just too good, you know? It's just so cool.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, that we do. And one of the really fantastic things to me is like how we gravitate in with the right people. We gravitate a lot with like artists. We have some really big names in the All Shift Happening Now community. Some that, you know, and musicians too, that are known by millions and millions in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, huge artist names and so on. They go a little bit undercover, but it's so special to me that we gravitate in these people. And we do have someone else who's also an artist, but she was also with me in Italy, and she's a golden ticket winner. And she was also at the conference in Germany, where she's probably from Germany right now calling in. So finally, we have Monica, who was doing a digital detox, and now she's here again. Hi, Monica. Merry Christmas with a new haircut.
Thank you so much, all of you. I'm so happy to be with you again. It's so freaking amazing.
Wow, you look so changed. It's so amazing. You look amazing.
In a good way, right?
Yeah, 100%. Well, amazing is a good way. Yeah.
Yes, thank you so much. You too, both of you and everyone. And yes, I have to say that I feel better. I feel more, I don't know, freedom, peace, light, joy.
Yeah, you've been with us a
I
lot.
need this. Yes, and I did that for all of us, because if I do that, I'm more, you know, more powerful after. And what can I say? I love art. I love lion. I am a lion seed. Also, I met my family, my soul family, once during a special meditation with special sounds. Just when I met them, and I was so happy. But that's just my origin, you know. But I reincarnate many times after, you know. But my soul originated from there. I know it, and yeah, I'm so happy. I heard a lot of things about Lyra also, and.
You've shifted so much in the last year. It's really amazing.
Yeah.
You were with us in Ticket to Ride. I've seen you in Italy. You have a bunch of comments in the chat right now, where PJ is saying, Monica, Christy is saying, love the hair, Monica. Laura is saying, Monica, your new hair is so adorable. Merry Christmas from Samantha. So people are really resonating. It's amazing, and we're so glad to have you in the All Shift Happening Now community too.
Yes, thank you so much. I have to say that you guys, you changed my life completely. I have physical and emotional problems before, and I couldn't work just 4 hours a day. And after Ticket to Ride and Italy and all of this, and I changed so much. And now it's a month, I think. I have a new job, 8 hours a day. Yes. And because of you, you were part of this change. I changed completely. I have a lot of fear before, and I was so anxious. And now I'm so, I don't know, changed. And I'm so happy to be in this community. Yeah, it's amazing. It was meant to be all of this, to be together with you and to change so much. And I recommend to everybody to do the Ticket to Ride, to go to Italy, to come to us, to this beautiful community, and you will not regret.
Wow, this is so beautiful. Thank you so much, Monica. This is amazing. And Sarah,
yeah. And Monica, I just wanted to thank you so much, you and Ovi. went above and beyond during the conference. Like Monica and her partner were picking people up from the airport, were dropping people off. Like you two were showing people around. You were such a staple of making people feel safe and welcome to the conference. So just thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I did that with so much love and happiness. You can imagine. We are so happy to be part of it.
It's so amazing. Thank you so much. We love having you. Give our hello and hugs to Ovi too. He's a great addition to the All Shift Happening Now community too. And I was about to say that too. The way you dealt with people at the conference and helped them too was really. We were grateful for that very much. So Monica, you're very much loved, and we wish you a happy Christmas.
Love you all.
Oh, this is so cool. Oh my goodness. Hey, Sarah, we're like approaching hour 3 of this beautiful All Shift Happening Now community live. Did you expect it to go that fast?
No, it's so wild. It's so much fun though. It's so much fun to like be in the community chat and meet amazing people. It goes so quickly.
I would love to talk to Marsha. I know she was in and out too. I know she's hearing that. I hope she follows this call and comes into. I know she has the link because she's amazing too. She was actually a host at the comedy club, which we're gonna do again. I had so much freaking fun doing this comedy club at the conference this year, October. And we are going, for everyone who's right now tuning in, by the way, Merry Christmas and hi. We're going to do a new All Shift Happening Now conference in December 2025. So we can already keep some days off for that. We're not yet releasing where we are going to, but let's give some hints. So one of the hints is they have a very spiritual old civilization that used to be living those lands, and they have their own stories, as many other spiritual, as the Germanic tribe has their own story about shifting. They were talking about shifting as well. So I'm very curious. Maybe people can, if you're hearing that, it's a very broad tip. If you know it already, don't put it in the chat. But if you have a guess, I'm very curious to read that. So put it in the chat. And right now we are welcoming our our comedy club host. Marsha is with us. Hopefully she just didn't exit the call when I was getting her on. There she is. Marsha, Merry Christmas. A comedy host.
Hi. Let's see.
Hi, do you hear
Am
us?
I on? Oh, it's like no.
I'm live. The world sees you. I have a long tradition on putting you on stage.
Let me mute this. Let me see how this works right
Marsha
here.
actually asked me to do that. She said, she was in Ticket to Ride too, and we were working together on her dreams. And she said one of her dreams is incorporating comedy into her life back, because she used to have a comedy club and became a very powerful healer, which she is doing right now, and that the whole community benefits from that. But she said like she wants to stand on stage one day, and I forced her to stand on stage in front of her people.
Yeah, it has been just such a synchronistic journey from the way I met Sarah to funneling into meeting Tim, and it just all makes so much sense. And yeah, I mean, I can't even imagine, like, in the last 2 years, I've jumped so many timelines. I'm in such a new spot, and it was just to sit on well, first to meet Sarah at a conference and be like, hey Sarah, like you're inspiring me, I want to do this someday, and watching her do this, and then funneling into meeting Tim, and then meeting Tim and Tim creating this audio, like sporadic, like just spontaneously getting called into something I felt so strongly about, and meeting Tim, and then Tim made this like beautiful audio I call it a manifestation kind of meditation. I know he has another name for it, but that's what I was feeling, the vibes of just like really sitting in, I don't even know how long I was doing that for, maybe a year or so. I was doing this manifestation meditation audio that Tim personally made for me in the Ticket to Ride, just envisioning being in front of people and being and speaking. And then here you go, like I'm in Germany, like with Sarah, like I'm like, oh my gosh, I was just like telling you how this was an inspiration. And then with Tim and Debbie and Sarah, and I was just like, oh my gosh, like I went from one extreme like to the next. It wasn't even like, oh, you're gonna just do some baby little steps of talking on stage. It was like from one to the next, and it was amazing. And I'm just really grateful, like everybody in the community. It just feels like meeting everybody in Germany, and then being in the chat even right now was like, oh my gosh, I know you, and I know you, and I know you. And it's just been such a beautiful experience. And you know, every time I'm in Tim and Sarah's in one of their classes or something, you could just feel the love that they hold for the community, and it's just really beautiful. They really set the stage, and so I just want to thank you guys personally. I know you guys are constantly thanking everybody, but I want to just thank you guys so much for your beautiful hearts and your ability to just really follow your dreams and the envision and imagination that you are creating with this inspiration of helping humanity and shifting the world to be a better place. So just thank you. I have so much love for you guys and everybody in the community. So thank you and happy holidays. Yeah.
Happy holidays and Merry Christmas. And we value you so much. You have shifted so much too in like this one year.
Yeah.
Freaking amazing. And what I gotta say, you held space for people. You are a powerful healer, and you've become and grown into a powerful healer too. And you've held the space for some people at the conference so that they would feel loved. And it could bring me to tears, but I'm live, so I'm not going there.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marsha. Merry Christmas. Oh,
I'm actually, the necklace that I wear every day is the necklace Marsha got me for on my birthday at the conference, and I wear it every day. I could just feel the love she poured into it. It's now a totem of mine.
Freaking on point. When I saw that that she gave that to you in Germany, I thought like, wow, that is so on point. She did a fantastic job. By the way, I got my bow tie myself. Thank you for the lovely comments. I'm a present today. Just one more minute or 2 more minutes, and we are approaching hour 3, and we have some amazing, cool new guests coming up. Speakers, Debbie Dachinger, another German name, even though she's from the US, is coming up too. We have Skitso with us, who a lot of people might know already from the Shifter podcast, where he was telling his freaking intense story about his alien abduction, where he went through walls and all these details that he was sharing. There's no doubt that this is real, because I could confirm a lot of these patterns. It's a freaking interesting thing. I know Jeff Mara, who has a huge podcast and is coming in hour 4. He's going to be one of the guests that I'm very, very excited about too. Because he's talking about near-death experiences, but he wants him on his podcast. So we're going to talk to him about that as well. And we do have you and Rebecca talking exclusively, so that I can get a little pause, which I thought I need, but I'm actually so energized by all these beautiful people. It's so sweet and lovely. I couldn't wish for a better Christmas. Isn't it, Sarah?
I agree so much. This is so special. We're with our family, we're online, but we're with one another. It's just so special.
We are, and it's amazing. And we have so many beautiful people. I see the chat. Hi, Ashley. Ashley is here. She's in Ticket to Ride too. It's really amazing. Like the whole community, everyone gets together. Everyone is supporting each other in the whole Shift Happily Now community. We have beautiful people here. and everyone's working and shifting on the shift, on the happy shift. And you should know that that elevates us all. If you want to be part of that, if you see this as a recording, know that in 2025, every 25th of the month, we are going to do that all together. Sarah is hosting that with me. We do have constant guests that are coming on. Kedrich Olsen, he's a shadow worker. He will be with us too. Debbie Solaris is often there. But we, as you can see, there are so many beautiful guests that we have with this all shift happening in our community that it's just fantastic. We have just so many beautiful people magnetizing to this this all shift happening in our community, and I'm beyond grateful for that.
Yeah. And Tim, as you're welcoming in our next guest, we keep mentioning Ticket to Ride, I think, and a lot of people might not know what that is. So I do want to mention it quickly because it comes up in February and spots for it. We haven't even started marketing it yet and sharing it with everyone, but spots for it.
We have 120 people on the waiting list. I gotta say that.
Yeah, that's why I want to just welcome this community into that, because that is a training that Tim and I run together. Tim shares, he shares the information about the 3 timelines, ascension, the shifting consciousness. He shares so much information, especially about the physics of the universe that expand the mind, but also just ground us into our hearts. That's what I love about the way Tim teaches. He really unifies things. It's very diplomatic, and it also just grounds us into our hearts, which is special, Tim. I appreciate that about you. And then I come in with healing, but what I'm specializing in with all of you is reminding you of your own healer within. And I'm really training people in that inside of this training as well. So it's just such a magnificent training for anyone focused on their ascension journey. So I do want to mention it for a moment because we keep mentioning Ticket to Ride, but that's what it is. It's a training for your ascension journey, but also it's a ticket into like the community of Ticket to Ride. And Tim, do you want to mention that for a moment?
It's just amazing. It's just one part of all shift happening now. If you really want to work deeply on yourself, so it's a 3-month course that we do together, and we have so many extremely positive testimonials. But Sarah and I, we're also working on up-leveling that. Gaia is also interested in that course, so it's gonna grow so much in the next year too. And we're just happy because the testimonials and the results of people is just freaking amazing. Overall, this is all part of like what we spend our time with, where we really want people to shift happily, because the more people shift into happiness, the better. And again, the whole community, everything we do about all of this, like everything we share on Instagram, all these wisdom clips, everything we do on YouTube, everything that we constantly put energy into the happy shift, just know by being in the all shift happening now community, you already chose the right timeline and you're up leveling with us. As you can see, there's so many smiling faces. We do have 2 new guests that just came on, and I'm quite excited because one of them is well, I'm gonna talk to her about it because she reminds me of a character in German cartoons, because she's so energetic, and I love that. She actually introduced me in Glastonbury, and now I'm able to introduce her. So here is Debbie Dachinger, and the second guest that we also gonna have, I already mentioned him, and he's with us, and he's really an amazing friend of ours, Raphael, aka Skitso, who's a rapper, a conscious rapper, the second conscious rapper that we have on the program today. But he has intense UFO encounters, and we're going to talk about that too. So we're going to let them in. Here comes the guest. I freaking love this program. It's amazing. This is my favorite Christmas so far. Here we go. There is Raphael, aka Skitso. Merry Christmas to you.
Can you hear me? Is everything all right?
It's on point.
All right, that's what's up. What an amazing stream so far. I was washing dishes before my turn up, right? Because I had to get the kitchen ready, and I'm just listening to all these amazing speakers. And let me just say thank you so much for having me on. I feel so blessed to be in so much great company. So I'm just so excited to be here.
You're very welcomed. I love how this all came together, because your wife, she used to work as a barista at Gaia, and so she was making the best peanut butter smoothie. I still every time this comes up, I really dig that. And she reached out to me, connecting me to you. You are on an Amazon documentary calling all hybrid. Well, called calling all hybrids. My goodness, we didn't think that through. Calling all hybrids, with the amazing Josh, who is the producer of that. So he's also working at Gaia too. So it's like everything is coming together in a way. Can you just give a synopsis of how your path went so far, Raphael?
Yes, for sure. So it's kind of synchronistic, right? When people talk about manifestation and synchronicity, the story of how I was able to move from Florida to Colorado within minutes of Gaia is kind of crazy. I used to watch Gaia all the time, and I was just like, you know what, if I could just be involved with this company in any way, shape, or form, that would be amazing. It's definitely resonating with me. At the time, I was going through a lot of emotional changes due to my experiences and stuff. Like, I was still battling. So the content at Gaia really helped kind of ground me in a more positive state. So I always found Gaia to be like a beacon, right? A beacon of hope for people that might be a little confused about their experiences and things they might be going through. So I told my wife during the COVID season, I was like, you know what, we want to make a difference, and we want to go somewhere. Why not go closer to a location in which we can maybe make a difference? We moved as close as we could to Gaia, not knowing how it was going to happen, but my wife is in the restaurant business, and she ended up applying for the cafeteria position in the executive office, and boom, I was able to get close that way. Through her years of working there, Josh ended up coming into the cafeteria in like a huff, like, I'm looking for this new story, somebody that really has been going through experiences, but that has been vetted before. And I've been vetted in Florida with Miss Terry Lynch, and I forget her name, man. She also wrote another book. But anyway, I was able to be verified by MUFON investigators. So they wrote down everything, kind of legitimized what I was saying. And Josh is a MUFON investigator, so he was able to back up my story. And my wife was like, hey, my husband's a lifetime experiencer. You might want to talk to him. He came over to the house. I had a talk with him, and the rest is history.
And boom, you got to know me too, which I'm very happy about, because we got friends. Amazing family. Both of you are amazing beings. And I don't know if you heard that, but Jeff Mara, who's going to come up in the next hour, he has a huge podcast for paranormal and alien stuff. I was there multiple times, and he wants you to be his guest too.
Wow, that would be so amazing. I mean, for a person of that level to want to talk to me, that's super cool. So I'm all in. Thank you for hooking that up. All shift happily now, right? Where everybody gets those connections happening. I love this.
I love this too. It's all coming together. It's just freaking amazing. And I want to just say hi to someone special too. I was on her podcast, which she's done a phenomenal job. It's just something that seems to be in her genes, doing these podcasts and radio shows, obviously, too. Apparently, she's in the same room as Debbie Solaris and has the same first name, too. So Debbie Dachinger is here with us. Hi, Debbie. Merry Christmas.
Hi, Tim, Sarah. And this guy is very cool. You sound so East Coast, by the way. You remind me of back home in New York.
Definitely from the Bronx, so
He's from New York.
I can't escape the accent.
Yeah, me too. But I worked on it for a long time.
You're the only one who can pronounce her German last name, which is Dachinger. It's a very interesting thing. And you, first of all, it seems like you're in the same room, but this is it's a backdrop. So for everyone wondering, Debbie Solaris hasn't left her room, and Debbie Dachinger came in. It's something else. But you were incredibly busy this year. I saw you in Glastonbury. I know you were on the cruise, right?
Just got back, literally midnight yesterday. I just got back. I was gone for most of December. Then I'm here for a week. Then I leave for Sedona channel panel where I'm speaking. Then I come back for 8 days. Then Gaia TV flies me out for my second interview. I'm back for 3 weeks. And then Los Angeles Conscious Life Expo.
Amazing. Yeah, you made it to, I think, Beyond Belief, right?
Yeah, this will be my second time. They couldn't believe what I was saying, so they had to bring me back.
Beyond Belief.
Really beyond belief.
Oh my goodness, George Norrie. He's amazing. He's really a cool dude. Great to have you. Merry Christmas. How are you going to celebrate? And yeah, what's happening with you in this? Do you take a day off? Be honest.
Yeah, that's such a good question. It's really something I'm working on committing to, but I'm going to be honest, sitting right next to me while we talk, there's this list, and then there's this list, and this is like nothing compared to all my daily stuff. And I'm just hoping like some of these things I can get through, but I did my lion's share before all of this so that I could have time off. So I have to nap. You know, it's been a lot of travel and jet lag. For Christmas, what are we doing? We have 2 dogs. Those are our 2 girls. And so I'm making a turkey. I did it a couple of years ago and it was phenomenal. And so I'm following the same recipe, and we put like roasted vegetables in there. And I'm funny. I like my red wine, my turkey, my cranberry sauce, my vegetables. I'm like done. Maybe some cheese. And I'm really happy. So we'll celebrate with them, and just low key is good for me right now. Yeah.
I as someone who was spent most of his time in Germany, I always see these American Christmas dinners in movies, and I always wondered how that is. We don't usually have that, but what we do have in Germany, or what Germans have in Germany, there's a cartoon character called Carla Kolumna. Everyone who's from Germany knows that character, and she is the impersonation of like energy, of like caffeine in a way. She's everywhere where something hot is going on, and I feel like that is kind of you. I see you popping up everywhere, Debbie. How's that go?
Thank you. Oh, you're so sweet. You know, it's my time. This is meant to be. That's all I can say. I literally, while I was on the cruise, this amazing woman who channels extraterrestrials gave me a session, and everything that came out was really appropriate and really encouraging for me. Like in one way, I've got to let go because there's so much happening all at once that I have to really trust the velocity of my life. I am a heck yes to all of this, being asked to be a voice for extraterrestrials, for shamanism, for all of what that means, and literally for the ascension of the planet and the people. I am honored. And so it is a lot. I am showing up in a lot of places. It's not a doppelganger. It's definitely me, but it's just my time. I couldn't have written this, Tim. I bet like you couldn't have predicted how your life would unfold at some point. And I feel the very same. I've had a blessed life. I've had many lives in this one life. And I'm just knowing the truth of who I am right now, why I'm here, and what is supposed to happen. So that's some of it, but there's a lot more that's going to happen apparently. And I'm just a yes, like I'm a thankful yes that I've been entrusted with this.
I have a lot of plans for it's laid out for the next years to come. That's for sure. I'm not gonna reveal them all right now, but I definitely see a lot of great things. The finger pyramid, like yeah,
that's good too.
The tactics.
Do tell.
I love that. I need a cat or a rabbit, a white rabbit. Speaking about white rabbits, and Skitso, I hope you're okay that we're exploring a little bit of Debbie's story, and then in just about like 15 minutes, 10 minutes, we go into your phenomenal stuff.
I'm super interested, so I'm just a fly on the wall, and I can't wait to hear more. I'm all good over here.
My East Coast brother.
In my ears, I heard flower on the wall, and I like that saying a lot better than the fly thing. But Debbie, just what is your talk about? Because apparently you're preparing a lot of stuff. Can you let people in on that?
Yeah, right. So right now, oh boy, for instance, a channel panel, I want to talk to people about animal spirit medicine, because everybody's starting the new year. Animals don't even come from this planet. They come from other planets. They come with unbelievable wisdom that they contain. Some of the animals you can look at and it makes sense, right? A snake sheds its skin the way we should be shedding our old stories. For instance, fox, very clever, only comes out at dawn at dusk, very magical. So for people who are stepping into the new incarnation of themselves, the up-leveling of who they really came here to be, the fox gives you your staff. So there's many magical animals. So I'm going to be helping people with that and taking them through a journey, a shamanic journey. And then the other piece of it is I'm talking a lot about the history of extraterrestrials with shamans specifically, since the beginning of their history, which is the beginning of time, like beyond, before Paleolithic times, when the first women were the shamans, the oracles. Extraterrestrials have been coming down and having relationships with them. Additionally, many of them are extraterrestrials, like literally the Mayan people from the Pleiades, right? There's a planet Maya, M-A-I-A, different than the M-A-Y-A-N we have here on this planet, but same. Reason why there's a lost civilization, reason why they suddenly disappeared. They had completed their mission. So there's so many gorgeous connections and so many countries all around the world with shamanism. And then I connect that to our DNA and scientifically what is happening. Papers that scientists like from the Human Genome Project and the CSETI Project, et cetera, that they have written about what is happening, the markers in our DNA that show that there is mathematical patterns and that there are hieroglyphs, there are pictures in our DNA beyond anything that they ever expected that show that there is extraterrestrial influence, that we are actually genetically manipulated and modified over the millennia that we've been on this planet. And what's beautiful about that is that we're all here Lyran, we're all here Arcturian, Syrian, we're all here reptilian, we're all here avian and bird people, etc., plus a little bit of Anunnaki, right? We are all one. So when we say, like, so many people like, oh, I want to go home and I'm waiting for my cosmic brothers and sisters, but you are that. You're already that. And you're just here to hold the light on this planet at this really important time.
How do people figure that out? Because that question came up. It's kind of funny. We this topic comes up in rows. How do people figure out how and what type of species they are connected to? What's your take on that?
Well, yeah, we are everything no matter what. However, everybody has something that's dominant. And there's a reason why in this life it's dominant. I can tell you for myself in this particular lifetime, Elohim, my inception, and also Lyran, like shocker, right? But lion being for sure. And there's a reason, because I came in with all that creativity. I came in with a big heart, with a lot of peace, a lot of love. And all of us really are Lyran initially. It's the original human template. It's what we are all created from. And then people have a dominance, a planet that for whatever reason is playing up for them. And they're noticing they're really into science, or they're really into math, or for reason, I know a lot of people like this who are nomads and like don't want any restrictions right now, want to live how they want to live. But I will say, if folks are very interested, I have a free star seed gift. I'm happy to gift anybody who's watching or listening. And it literally breaks down many, many different star seed types. And you can see your physicality, you can see your strengths, your weaknesses, the kind of careers you go after. So they can just go to my website, debbie-shinger.com/starseed. To answer your question succinctly, it's because it's our mission, Tim and Sarah and Music Man. I don't have my glasses on, so I can't see your name very well. Forgive me, I'll do Braille for a minute.
We've experienced Debbie Dachinger without glasses in Glastonbury.
Well, I just wanted to say I've actually been struggling with the fact that I know that I'm a starseed, obviously, right? I got songs. I'm about to drop an album called Seriously from Sirius B. So it's like little things like that and little tidbits. And I look at the Orion star, like I look at Orion and I'm like, that's my home, that's where I'm from. But I've never really had a regression, although I've had multiple experiences with these beautiful beings, whether it be in meditation or whether it be under some sort of hypnotic state on board ship. I've never really known which home I belong to, which one of these beings, if not all of them, what timeline. I also have an interesting thing in which I think I actually phased into another timeline that was happening simultaneously. So when I heard another guest talking about simultaneous timelines and how you can be living those timelines, I mean, every now and then, if your mind is open enough, your heart is open enough, you can tap in and get a glimpse into those timelines. But unfortunately, I don't have the knowledge to say I'm from this specific place. So do you have any advice for me, or do you sense anything from me, or do you just suggest hit the website and do my best to find out?
Yeah, I would definitely get the Starseed gift because it's me and Debbie Solaris, right? And she's a galactic historian. She's much more than that. She's definitely a channeler, period. Because I've taken her places she didn't even know she was going, didn't know the answers to, and she was amazed at what was coming out of her. She's powerful. And so we go through this. So there's a report that I put together, plus it was a very long video, but it's really a gift to everybody. Yes, start there. I love what you said about timelines. I absolutely believe in everything you're saying. And something that I'm knowing right now is that we think of timelines very linearly, that, oh, you know, I want to shift to a great timeline. I want humanity to get to a good timeline. I'm saying euphemistically that we do this and then we think it's like a train tracks, like we're heading here and there's a new track. Whoop. That's not what's happening. Literally, we are constantly shifting timelines, making choices, deciding new things, changing, growing. And it's just the most evolving thing. So I think that's part and parcel to why our lives get so much better, because as we're upgrading and learning and really doing our mission, I think those timelines, the life experience changes drastically. And if you have a proclivity, like you're saying, the Orion and the Sirius B, yeah, that's where I'd start, that you may have already a genome knowing of where you're from.
Definitely resonate with that. Thank you so much. And I'm hitting the website immediately. So I suggest everybody out there listening, shift with me. All right.
I like it. Yeah, we're all shifting happily onto happy timelines, better timelines.
I love that. Yes, let's do it. I think people should have like, there should be like an app or something, right? If there's like apps for body types, why is there no app for like, what's my star seed, right? It should be.
That would be amazing. I would definitely get that app. So maybe that's something, you know, maybe that's something.
Great idea. It really is a great idea. The only thing I didn't get, I am very Lyran, but the only thing, the height. They always talk about Lyrans being so tall. And I'm like, what happened? Why did the lions pass me by? I'm only 5'4". I could have taken a little more inches.
I think you definitely balance that out with your energy, Debbie, 100%. You definitely have a great stage presence, and you and I was very, very happy to see you in Glastonbury. I'm super happy that you're here with us right now. What's next? What's coming up beside all the talks and Gaia? Is there anything that you're like drifting towards? Is there anything in your personal life where you think like, wow, that is some topic that maybe you know, in I don't know if in America you have the tradition too, but in Germany they have these New Year's resolutions. I think Americans do that too. Do you have one?
Oh no, I just resolved to keep evolving into myself. Like as far as what's next, I'm offering lots of shamanic healings online, and I'm doing a 90-minute one in February. I'm starting shamanic classes again this year that I open up. They're usually about 5 weeks. They're very profound. I know I'm going to be doing a lot more travel. I feel that right now, that momentum it's still there. And I love it because I love traveling. And yeah, the universe, I obviously have a lot of helpers. And there's a lot of kindness around me right now, a lot of cosmic shamans and extraterrestrials who are priming me for more things. And hopefully some of them will be with you and Sarah.
We definitely make sure that is going to happen 100%. I do. I mean, come on, that the times that we had in Glastonbury, the last dinner, Daniela, who was on the call right now, she was inviting random people to the table. It was a fantastic time. I really appreciated that.
Yeah, for me too. I mean, it's really nice that all of us can get to know one another like this. Like, thank God for technology and like press in the flesh, face to face. It's very beautiful to feel someone's energy, to spend time, break bread, just have memories with them. And I loved doing that with you. I love your sense of humor. I love Sarah's warmth and what you guys are doing together. It's beautiful that you're doing your piece of the puzzle of heaven on earth right now.
Yeah, we are. And you're part of that. And that's very, very special. Debbie, thank you so much for being with us on this Christmas call. I hope you and I are gonna connect very, very soon again and do something cool together. I know you're very busy. So have a blessed Christmas and a lot of fun with your family.
Yeah, happy cosmic holidays, everybody. Happy Hanukkah. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and thanks for doing this. Ho, ho, ho.
Ho, ho, ho. And we do have Rebecca coming up. She was in Glastonbury too. I see her in the waiting room too, but we also want to explore Skitso's story. So Debbie, thank you so much. Merry Christmas to you and your family and your husband.
Thank you, lover.
Well, first of all, let me introduce Rebecca to this chat because she's waiting in the waiting room already. Why should I do that? Because Sarah, you and her, you're going to connect and have a talk together. Maybe I just click on admitting her and you can introduce her.
Yes, and I'm excited to talk to Skitso as well. So thank you, Skitso, for waiting as well.
I'm to be here and so happy. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Rebecca Lornett, she is amazing. I'm excited for you guys to meet her. She is here and she's been channeling information since she was really, really young with amazing drawings, amazing just pure channelings that, I mean, she can speak for herself, but from what I've gathered, as she got older, she saw like learning the science of how she was actually channeling sacred geometry, just so fascinating. So I'm excited to dive into your story too, Lornett, but maybe you can say hello quickly and we're going to go back to Skitso before diving in with you, but maybe you can say hello to everyone and Merry Christmas.
Hello, everyone. Merry Christmas. Here in Italy, it's Christmas Eve. It's 9:30 p.m. So I'm running to be here. I hope to transmit as much as I can tonight. And so honored to be here again and connect with all of you and this star family united on her and meet new stars with new contactee. Like, for example, I've never met Skitso. I don't know his real name, but I'm so curious to know because as contactee and especially these days, a lot of movement are happening, like sleepless nights and downloads. So I'm very curious to hear what he has to tell about the news, the updates. So I'll let Skitso. So see you later.
You look very, very, first of all, you look very, very festive. Really, really amazing. We do know that you have a family dinner. We very much appreciate that you chose to be on this All Shift Happening Now community live. I know Sarah is going to talk to you in just a bit. The quick question is, do you have a little bit of time, or shall we and Skitso, would you be okay if we pull Rebecca in first and talk to her right now?
Be amazing. I would love that. Once again, I would love to be a flower on the wall for you, my friend.
I will love you as a flower on the wall. Thank you so much. Because I leave the space for Sarah and Rebecca to explore some. And I'm going to be back in like probably 10, 12 minutes. I'm going to get myself a Christmas cookie and some eggnog or something. I don't know, a tea. And I'll be back in 10 minutes. So explore and have fun, guys.
Oh, how beautiful. I'm so excited to connect with you more. So I know you were recently on this talk with us and you were talking about your past and some of the information that has been channeling through you and some of those connections. And something I'd love to know more about is what are some of the main messages that your guides, your family, whatever you call, your connection, what are some of the main messages that they're really wanting you to share and step into and share with humanity? What are some of the main messages coming through right now?
Okay, wow. So first of all, I have time. So I've liberated the night. So the dinner has been already done. I was very unsocial, but I've always felt this calling to, to unite, to other starseeds and other people awakening right now. So to answer your question, Orion entity, the Orion belt entity I'm in contact with are those who've been called Neteru from the Egyptian. That means guardians. So their energy is very strong. They're not, how can I say, they don't communicate often like other star families interfere in my life. So they leave me completely alone dealing with all the human stuff and say, you can do it for yourself. And that's the kind of energy they have to assist me. But at the same time, they're very wise. They're very determined and firm in helping me doing the inner work. So because why they ask me to do the inner work? Because for them it's important that I am a clear channel in order that I can receive as a pure channel the downloads they send me, and I am able to protect myself from parasite entities or other, because Orion are called Neteru, our guardians, they are like always in front line, fighting these, how can I say, since the beginning of the time, they were always in our past in planet Earth. So sorry, my English. I have to, to remember to my brain to speak another language. So they always been called guardian because there was a need for protection here in 3D duality. So in Orion right now, there's no more conflicts or stuff like that. There is a protected area, there is a safe space, but they learn from the past because some interferent entity try to enter and violate the sacred space of the nebula that we've spoke about the last time in November here. So basically for those who didn't know the story, I try to be very quick. This area is the area near the Orion Nebula. So the home place of these beings is like straight attached to the nebula and very linked to the nebula and the function of this nebula that is the creator of suns. They call it Ra or Uru. That is not the sun god Ra, but is the creator of the sun. And the science confirmed this, that these area out of these circle of polarized light, it is the light responsible for life. And so that explains why these parasite entity try to attempt violate the nebula and enter, and start the Orion War. And they were the first to protect this area. So this is just to give the identity of these beings. for those to that hear us for the first time. And so the energy they want me to transmit because of their, their story, their legacy, is to be like gentle guardian that leads without interfere the humanity. They want us to discern, to teach the discernment among, even in this time with the drones and all of the stuff that happening in the US, they keep telling me discernment, because it's obviously that certain ships are their ship and there are other ships that are obviously military or something tech, very, how can I say, very primitive. And so there are a lot of messages that basically in the past were to help the star and people to be aware of their path, to be straight, to go in the spiritual path, to go in their wisdom, to connect themselves with their own channel, to not go out looking for answers to sensitive or gurus, but asking only to your source and have faith that we are divine souls and we have this, how can I say this? Not only the memories of who we are is now awakening, but it's time to remember the responsibility we have, because we have to choose every day who we want to be and every day to go in that path, because there's no more time for her to, what I mean, it's not something, and I want to be very clear, because in Italy there are a lot of people speaking about apocalypse and stuff, and they're not this kind of entities. There's not the benevolent beings would never scares you, speak about, some people would be the good ones in and on planet would be safe and the other ones throw out don't know where, like the old story of the church, the hell and the heaven, and there is this bearded man that sends someone to hell. So in the spiritual community in Italy, what I'm trying to do and what they asked me to do is very muddy. The energy there is to help to develop this discernment, to remember that these beings, the love they are, the energy they are, and so spread this frequency that is not ego, is not all is good, but at the same time is very positive. It's help you to remember that there's nothing to fear, because if you know the truth, the fear lose its control, because throughout knowledge we can help people to be aware. And so they're not speaking about, for example, I do this quick example. Some people in Italy, because there is church and stuff, they're afraid about the term demons or Lucifer. But when you say, what is a demon? It's an entity came from another dimension. So it's a T or extra dimensional. So it's like, it's obviously like that, or angel, the same stuff. And when I try to say these things, people are, oh, that now that you say me these, I am not afraid anymore of them. So this is important to Orion, the Orion energy. So maybe I'm not good enough because I have trouble with English right now, but the energy they want me to translate is be centered at some like spiritual level and remember your divine power. So all the soul are equals or the soul are divine. And that doesn't mean that the bad ones doesn't exist, because in the spiritual community, some people avoid to speak about them. And I have been, especially right now, dealing with this inner battle there are between the faction of these lower density ETs that want, to try their last attempts or their, the earthly bad agendas and stuff like that. But it's like I'm on a different frequency. So I see this, it's not touching me anymore. But as a guardian, as an entity came from there, sometimes I'm in the timelines helping people dealing with this stuff. And I have to choose to watch, these contrasts and, underground bases and stuff like that, hybrids and horrible stuff. So I'm not one that think it's right to deny, to speak about the wrong timelines because bring fear or stuff. Because if we deny to speak about the truth, it's like we give him power because we don't, how can I say, we don't give enough attention, you know, to those who are going through these. And so we make less valuable their experience. So we have to listen to the abductees with the traumas, with post-traumatic disorder. In Italy, I try to do this. A lot of abductees contact me and say, oh, I'm a starseed. But sometimes they're like military abduction or stuff like that. And I'm like, oh my gosh, now where do I even start to help them? So this basically is the, you know, like not funny job of entity or starseed that came like from guardians. But the same Arcturians do the same, and so a lot of Pleiadians and others, but especially so I've met different beings. I've never been disturbed by these beings. Okay, benevolent beings, evolved beings. How can I say the middle one, the beings in the middle that are just trying to discover themselves as humans are doing. They're not evil, they're not disturbing, and there is a protection that I have, that we all have in our field, in our frequency. If we raise the frequency, they cannot, interfere in this dimension. They can communicate in a friendly way if we know the techniques. But usually the benevolent, from higher dimension, it's more difficult for them to to be constantly here speaking in our ear and say what we have to do. So one of the things I try to teach people is that those guardians, those benevolent beings, would never interfere so much in the channelings and say what's happened now, what's happened then, because they want us to discover and to do our work. And it's they're more an energy like, the Buddhism, Namyo Kyo, getting rid of the mad, and re-emerge from the density by yourself, by, even these transmutations. So I know, Sarah, that you and Tim want to speak about the divine feminine. So tonight, this energy in Orion is all in this ocean of divine feminine energy. So one thing I would love to say is that divine feminine energy Orion belt beings are bringing now is that they want me to communicate is that is union, is breaking chains, is making oneself small and sitting in the last rows when it's not small in a bad way. I'm trying to explain in English. So be humble and making yourself, put a distance and let others be free to express themselves and the freedom to express, and all the time make yourself immensely tall when it's time to defend the truth that is being, offended. And so this is the kind of energy divine feminine have. So it's inclusion, it's adding, how can I say, it's having, all the color in the spectrum and not dividing them. So it's welcoming all the diversity, and whatever it's not, it whatever it's, analyzing data separation is not a divine feminine energy, and it's important that also divine feminine masculine. The divine masculine, sacred divine masculine is important as well. In Orion, they have the balance of all the benevolent beings between these two energies. But right now, the energy, the frequency in my DNA that I bring now is the, how can I say, the in integration of this divine feminine, because on Earth there are too many, division, analyze data, performing, be perfect and stuff. And Orion energy is here to like started like us. I think we're mess. we are all into spiritual, but at the same time we are like, for example, I'm always in the astral. I have terrible difficulties to calm down in these days. It's not always like that, but maybe. So I don't want to speak too much, Sarah. Tell me when to stop. I don't want to
I was in
take
the flow
time
with
of
you. I was just in the channel. I think Skitso was too. There were a couple moments like you were talking
I'm
about
loving it. I'm like
right?
thumbs up every 5
Yeah,
minutes.
me too. I'm in the flow of the information. It's really wonderful and beautiful. And I mean, in the beginning, you touched on this important topic that I think, at least being human, like the experience of being human on Earth, this is so essential, which is discernment, because for thousands of years, humans have been programmed into like, no, we're going to tell you what to think, and we're going to train you what to think. And this is like one of the biggest things the starseed frequency is bringing in. Like, wait a minute, I have my own information. I have my own wisdom, and I don't agree with any of this. This is like one of the biggest things the starseeds are healing on this planet of like, wait a minute, we don't have to live this way. I come from a system that isn't that way. So I think that this discernment piece is so important, especially as things get weirder on the planet. And more weird stuff happens. I think tuning into that heart wisdom and tuning into inner discernment is really important. So just thank you for holding that role. And you also talked about, before going into the feminine, you mentioned, if I heard you correctly, you mentioned these different beings that you've personally, like in this experience, learned to like navigate through, and how certain beings you've learned to know, like, oh, these beings that are these like divine beings, they're not really telling me what to do or what will happen. They're more just like gently inviting me to go inward. So do you have any other guidance for people who might be experiencing this opening up? Do you have any guidance of how they can use their own discernment and how they can know what beings are there to help them and what beings? Do you have any guidance for people who are navigating that?
Wow, there's so much things to say. I don't know if my brain would be, translate right. So if I have one guide for them, would be one suggestion would be maybe to like I've been now doing this for 13 years. Okay, so active sharing and stuff, and I have communication with different kind of interaction with them, even physical, and so um, there's no rules or a book with all the instruction. It's just to see the situation, and like the key word is discernment, because sometimes it can even be someone that presents you as your grandfather, and then you discover it's a parasite if you have not worked on yourself. So the first thing is to, because some people ask me, oh, how can you, for example, at ufological event with a lot of science men, like sitting in their chair and say, how can you prove this? And so maybe I share the symbols, and they're like, oh my gosh, this is quantum physics. How can you know this thing is a Mac computer, is a CAM computer design? It's impossible to do so. And in this experience with this different kind of energy, earthly energy, and people, I've made my own, like I've experienced so much of this conversation, and the idea and the suggestion now that I could give to people is that when I have to defend myself in front of people who ask me how to prove, and I'm just telling my truth. That is, by experience, you learn how to detect when someone is real or not, because first you have to work on yourself, and when you work on yourself, you can listen yourself if something resonates or not, if something is weird or the vibes are not matching, the words. Sometimes I feel I've met beautiful ladies and men, perfect looking, or doing this wonderful, I don't want to create division, but the words they were speaking were just from the ego. And so I have this, detector inside myself that if something does resonate, like my brain stopped to listen, and I distract. I get to, thinking something else. So if you have a lot of ear experience, real ET encounters, real soul awakening, because the soul, like, for example, I've met Neil for Portal to Ascension, and when I have to speak with Neil, we are 10% genuine, saying whatever we have in our mind, and there's no construction, and we cooperate in respect. And there are other, people who organize events in Italy, for example, that they are like just the appearance. They're very famous, but they know, this and that, but you can feel that it's not genuine energy. They don't want to cooperate. They want to use your information to get to a certain audience. I don't know. And so in this, I learned that I have to trust the inner voice, the inner feelings, that if something resonates or not. And for the beings, the same. It's like they are person. They are actual person. Even if they're in a different dimension, they have their own intelligence, their own way to communicate with you. So you can ask questions, you can discuss with them. Sometimes in my teenage year, I discuss with them. I don't agree to something they told me, and I was like, "Oh." And so I thought, because they were so high in space, so I can say so evolved it, that somehow they could solve everything for me, or they can see a situation before and maybe tell me something before it happened. And that is the church vision. So you are in a lower place, and the angels or the other entity are this hierarchy that put them in a higher position. And this is not what these beings told me. They always repeat to me, they speak to you as soul to soul level or telepathic level. So there's, how can I say, no division. You can perceive their pure intention. You can perceive what they want to communicate, and they always ask, like, oh, sorry if my energy is too strong. So, we are trying to adapt. And so they are like, how can I say, tiptoeing around you because they know we are from a different density, and maybe we could get scared. Other things, in when you contact entities or you have contacts, they suggest me. And I have a lot of friends in Italy that don't agree with me, and a lot of friends in US that don't agree with me. But Orion has this position of no interference at all. So what they taught me is, it's not necessary. It's not a church, a circus of light to see in the sky because you want to have fun. Is they come only if you really have the need of a contact. So if you are in authentic communication with them and you ask with pure intention to have a contact, just have patience, because they find a kind, friendly way to contact you, to communicate with you. And the things that happen like this, or you are a starseed that has a lot of experience in calling them, but usually the first the first contacts are not so easy. So maybe they show in a large scale to let them know themselves, to tell you, okay, we are here. Remember who you are, like it was for me at the beginning. Or if they show, it's because there is a important reason. Otherwise, they're not here to entertain us. So it means something. Everything they do is like a ritual. It has a meaning, a profound meaning. So, and when you contact some entities and they show immediately, or they abduct you, usually are grays. These entities are more close to the 3D, so for them it's so fast, the process to come to us, because they're near in the dimension. But for beings like 8th dimension, 14th dimension, or so on. And when you contact them, it can, you know, be a day, few hours, or a week or a month before you get an answer, important answer that your body is able to integrate in the DNA, because it's so much energy to process for the body that it's difficult. And it depends, of course, it's something urgent. They find a way to tell you immediately, of course, if they want to, they can do whatever they want. But usually to respect your time, they, you know, it's like guiding a baby, starting from the basis and then telling more and more and more until it's ready, until the consciousness um, is ready to open. Because they always said there's nothing we are teaching you. It's just a remembrance. So we are remembering you something you already know. So we are not better than you. We are not in, you know, we are not gods. We are, there is an actual hierarchy or hierarchy. I don't know if the term is correct. Um, in the frequency, but is a division of roles. It's not someone is more important than others. Like a dog for them is not less sacred than a person. So that is a stupid example, but there is a lot of dimension, and not because someone is in the higher dimension is more evolved or and is more evolved, it's more than others. So everyone is equal. That's what they repeat. Just different level of consciousness and different, um, how can I say, different purpose. You know, different energy to integrate in this universe. So all of these information are needed. All of this diversity, because they don't want us to be all. We are equal, but we are not the same. They love our how can I say, their that we have our own special gift, diversity, I can say, unity, unit. I don't remember the term in English, sorry. And so, yeah, this maybe it's always going in the same point, you know, discernment, experience, doing your inner work. It might sound cliche, but it's nothing more than these. It's not so difficult. It's just to have patience, and people don't have patience to wait to develop this faith, to this inner muscle. And sometimes I done this mistake myself, because we in the 3D tend to, you know, um, to forget sometimes. And in a day, for example, what I want to add maybe can be useful in a day. I've already speak about that in Portal's Ascension sometimes, but even in one day, you can change your frequency a lot of the time in the different hour of the day. So maybe at the morning you are so in the spiritual, and then something happening, you get in the lower, and you have to maintain your balance and this flexibility to move throughout this all stairs. I don't know. It sounds, you know, understandable.
No, no,
Tell
it's
me if
I have to jump in because I've been wanting to say this for a while now from what you were saying. So I went through a similar kind of phase in which I lost my connection, or at least I thought I lost my connection with my star family, right? I was going to C5s all the time, trying to bring them in, really cocky about my connection and it wasn't happening. And then I just remember being on the front step of my house, and I just looked up, and now it was genuine. Now it was heart-based. Now it was from my mind. It was really the connection that you speak of. It wasn't like me trying to get them to do tricks or appear when I wanted them to appear. And boom, a beautiful light appeared. It splits into two different lights. Those two lights split into four lights, and they're kind of just hovering above my house. And I'm like looking for neighbors, like, who is not seeing this? How come? And I'm starting to realize that this is specific for me. It's for me right now. This is the answer to the question I was having, because I do struggle even right now. Like the documentary, all that stuff is all nice, but sometimes I feel like I'm mute in the field due to the way I choose to express myself. Not everybody's a fan of music in the way that they digest their information. Not everybody's a fan of hip hop, or maybe my cadence or the way I sound might throw people off. But when I go within and I genuinely ask for the connection, that's the only time that they connect. And it's through those connections that I start to realize, okay, not only is this 100% happening to me, this ain't a figment of my imagination, but the path in which I'm on, there's no need to look at the path anymore. As I walk, the path will shift with me because of the knowing that I have through the connection with these beings. So yeah, for the people that always come up to me and they go, yo, Skits, you're kind of crazy, right? You're having contact with, I mean, there's people in my own family in which I love so much, still listen to the documentary and go, okay, you're bugging, dude. Like, you're writing some kind of Star Wars movie. But in reality, it's the connection that I have with these beings that allow me to continue the downloads that I get, that I put into my music, right? It's the connection that I know I've had and will continue to have, even if it takes a year or two. Like, some experiences might have experiences ramped up for 30 days and then they don't see another connection for 5 years, and then all of a sudden they ramp up for 4 years. And maybe I'm in that slow awakening process right now in which I'm not having so much connection, but I know that if I go within, if I calm myself, if no matter what happens in my life, I find that balance that you was just speaking of, the connection is almost instant. And it's not with just one being, because it's true what you say also about the parasitic beings, right? We also have to protect ourselves and protect ourselves in these environments, because once that light goes off that these beings connect with, other beings can see it, right? Other people can see that light and they're going to get drawn to that light, almost like a moth to a flame. So it's up to you to vibrate in that feeling that attracts the beings in which you want to connect with, whether it be your family, or whether it be positive, or whether it be knowledge, or whether it be yourself in another future state. Sometimes I like to imagine myself in a future state because I know time is not a real thing. So I go to the future me and I ask the future me for advice on what I should be doing right now, because he already went through it. And then I see myself in that boat, because I'm on a boat at the time where I'm telling myself this, but I see myself on that boat, and I know eventually, not knowing how I'm going to get there or when that day will come, I'm going to have to separate myself from a party on a boat, and I'm going to have to go to the front and meditate so I could give myself the answers that I'm getting right now. So with that being said, I just want to say thank you for all the information that you just told us, and thank you for your bravery, because I know it's not always easy to come out and say these things. I struggle with that a lot, and I'm hoping for 2025 that I will be more open and more out there with the things that I know and the things that I want to bring forward. So I just want to say thank you for your bravery, and thank you for everything you said. It totally vibrated with me. So thank you.
We can't actually wait to hear your story, Skitso, because it's really deep and really amazing too. And whatever happens here, but the thing is that if you're okay with that, we would like to take you over to the hour 4, which is coming up. We're gonna talk to Jeff Mara too. He wanted to talk to you anyway, so we're gonna connect you live, and probably and apparently it wanted to happen. Rebecca, Sarah, thank you so much for your conversation. Kedrich Olsen, he was in the waiting room. Now he left. I got to text him. Oh no. Anyway, thank you so much. Merry Christmas to Italy, Rebecca. Thank you so much. And we hope, Sarah and I, we hope to incorporate you in very, very soon again.
Thank you. I will listen here. I will stay here to listen to the story of Skitso. I'm very curious. Thank you.
That's cool. Good.
Amazing.
Okay, everyone, we are approaching hour 4, and apparently it's getting wild because we got some amazing guests I do have to check with Kadrich Olsen because he was waiting in the waiting room and now he left, but he's going to be one of our guests right now. We have a bunch of really fascinating things coming up for this last completing hour of the call. It's going to be super, super interesting. One of them apparently is Skitso. He's going to tell us our story. He's going to share that together with Jeff Mara. Jeff Mara is a podcast host, pretty well known, and he is going and delving into near-death experiences. We have Kadrich Olsen, who I have to text because he just jumped out of the waiting room. Because he was waiting for 6 minutes. And now we also have Neil Gore coming up, who's going to talk about the real truth about Christmas. So all of this is coming up in just one moment. And while we do that, while we wait for people, maybe we can dive into Skitso's story. And in the meantime, I'm also apologizing to Kadrich for waiting. I hope he's still somewhere. Skitso, I personally, first of all, I've seen the documentary. It's available on Amazon. Again, it's called Calling All Hybrids. Josh was the producer. It's phenomenally done, but also the way you go into that story is freaking. It's freaking deep and real. It is so real what you experience. That it's like the classic form of alien abduction. Even though we shouldn't call that anyway, because it was very healing for you in many ways. Can you give us a quick outlook while I let Neil Gore into this? What happened to you?
Yeah, sure. So what I like to call myself is a lifetime experiencer, right? So the beginning phase of these experiences, they weren't all positive for me just due to the fact that, religious belief and stuff that my family believed in. Whenever I would try to kind of address these issues that I was having at the time, it would always be kind of brushed as, oh, this demonic, or you're having a bad dream, or it is what it is, right? But through having these experiences, it led me to a documentary that I was watching one day. And this is when I was really into like, oh my God, I must be crazy. These things can't really be happening to me, or I'm demonic or something like that, right? Because all these negative people are coming and they're approaching me. All of a sudden, I'm starting noticing that these things that I'm watching in this documentary are almost mirroring what I'm going through in my life. Like these experiencers, these other people are having the missing time, and they're struggling with this and that. And I just remember trying to call one of the psychiatrists in that documentary, because the first thing I wanted to know was if I was crazy. So I got to call the psychiatrist first. And obviously, since it was a documentary, I was watching it on TV, my first assumption was, the minute I call him, I'm going to get an answer machine or a secretary. This guy gets calls all along. And I called the number, and it was the person that was on the documentary that picked up, and I was so flustered, and he just told me to take a couple of breaths and tell him everything from the beginning. So I told him my experiences with the Greys. I told him, the memories I have of floating through walls and being on board ship. And he goes, okay, you're saying a lot of things that I don't really hear online, and I kind of have a checklist for the things, and let me pass you up to another person. Long story short, in this process, I started realizing, whoa, this is a real thing, and it's actually happening to me. So the first phase of that was, I got to tell everybody, and everybody has to know immediately. And then the minute I did that, everybody kind of just said, you're crazy, dude, because I don't believe that, and I don't believe this. And it started to become this thing in which, unfortunately, I jumped back into feeling that, maybe this ain't something I want to talk about. Maybe they're going to, see my kids some sort of way, and then once again, I stepped into my truth, and I'm having this meditation, and I see myself in the middle of the universe, and I'm having this profound experience in which my music was actually harming people along the way. And I'm feeling these feelings of harm, of what I was doing with my negative music. And I knew 100% that at this time, I needed to shift my music into something positive. I needed to just talk about my experiences, no matter what I was going to lose, no matter who I was going to lose, no matter what would happen to me or who would call me crazy. This is what I have to do now. And in doing that, I came up with a song called Calling All Hybrids. And I just remember this feeling of writing that song. It was almost like a download. It didn't feel like it came from me. Like, obviously I'm artistic and I can write music and it's all cool, but it felt like it was more for a community of people that needed to hear it and then know that there was somebody else that was similar to them. And then just like a flower blossoming, I understood my path. And ever since that point, this is all I've been doing. And luckily it's brought me to you beautiful people in situations like this where I can, you know, share my story with others. So yeah.
I think you did a fantastic job doing that. We do have a Shifter podcast where you go into some of those stories, and I personally can't wait because in this hour 4 we're going to explore the story. Finally reveal it. Feels like it's been a little bit of a cliffhanger with Skitso here, but I want to introduce our 2 new guests too. So probably in like 15 more minutes, everyone who would like to hear more about Skitso, 20 more minutes, we're going to take our time and really delve into that. But I know I have 2 very, very precious guests here who I want to introduce because they mean a lot to me, and I'm very, very happy to see them on Christmas. And they're both going to talk about the truth of Christmas. And later on, we go a little bit further into aliens and paranormal activities. He is a rapper too, which I figured I learned in Glastonbury at one of his events. Very surprising, but amazing to hear him do that. Other than that, he's also an experiencer. He has his own stories. He's doing some karma work here in bringing people to an ascension. Neil Gore, hi, welcome, Neil.
Hey Tim, hey guys, so good to be here with you all.
Amazing. I was thinking, is that a filter or is that a real hat?
Well, I just did my own Christmas special, and I started by saying ho ho ho, and I played the role for the first 10 minutes like I was Santa Claus, so I figured I'd keep the theme going.
Oh my goodness, this is so funny because Debbie Dachinger, who you are working very, very closely with, was with us, and she ended with ho ho ho, but then she texted me and she texted me and said like, oh my god, what did I just do? So embarrassing. Super funny that you're now doing this. It's really a pleasure to have you, and you just had a presentation on Christmas, which you're going to give us a little synopsis. But I want to also introduce Kedrich Olsen, who is our shadow worker, but he also knows so much about Christmas. So I'm very, very curious to have this conversation with both of you. Kedrich, welcome.
Hey, it's good to be here. Thank you for having me. This is very interesting, very exciting stuff. So I'm glad to be here, very much so.
Me too. I want to learn from Neil because he did. How many hours of presentation did you do on Portal to Ascension on Christmas right now?
Just an hour and a half.
Oh, that's still pretty much a lot. So there's a lot to reveal about Christmas, which people might not be aware of. What's your synopsis? Do we still have the right Christmas? Are we doing the right thing on December 25th?
Yeah. Well, let's start with that question. I don't think there is any wrong thing, you know, it's just like everything evolves. And the beautiful thing with Christmas is when you really look at it, you just, I feel that we are going really unintentionally in this world. We're not aware of our past, the culture, and our ancestry, and how all of that accumulates to this one moment right now in which so many different cultures and traditions have combined to create Christmas. So I feel if there's anything that's going to shift, it should be us realizing and becoming more intentional. Because when you realize the truth of Christmas, it no longer connects you to just one faith, Christianity, and one way. This way through Jesus is the only way. But you start seeing that it was an evolution of other faiths that all combined into one. So what I want to share is the story of the pagan Christmas. So my presentation was called The Pagan Origins of Christmas and New Year's Eve. I've been doing it for 5 years. And the short synopsis of how I got into that every December 24th, I do this, and it evolves every year. Is when I was raised Hindu. I celebrated Christmas. And then when I woke up to this awareness when I was 18, 19 years old, I started seeing similarities to Jesus's life and Krishna's life. You know, Krishna was known as the savior. He said, "I am the way and the light." He had a virgin mother. His father was a carpenter, and he died with an arrow in the same place that Jesus supposedly had a spear. So I started saying, wait a second, is there a reason why Krishna has Christ and Jesus Christ? Is there a similarity there? And lo and behold, there is. That there's a long lineage all the way from even back to Osiris and before, and even Baldur from the Norse god has a resurrection story, and Christos from Greece of the same story being recycled over and over again. So I was like, wait a second, does that mean that Christianity is just a recycled version of an older story, or did Jesus actually exist? So that was my existential crisis, if you will, in 18, 19 years old. It was the beginning. So I went years believing that, you know, Christianity and Yeshua never existed. Now I've come full circle to a greater understanding that he did exist, and there's actually some sort of cosmic soup that occurs, and there is actually an ancient lineage of priestess mystery schools that goes back beyond Mary Magdalene and Mother Mary that have actually practiced immaculate conception, divine births, basically giving birth by a spark of consciousness of God rather than actually having someone that impregnates you, right? And that they were a part of this long lineage. So that's just like the connection to Christianity. But when it comes to the pagan story, it goes beyond Christianity. So here's the pagan roots. So when the Roman Empire was taking over, you know, when Christianity was becoming so popular in the Roman Empire that they wanted to now start converting pagans to Christianity, as many people out there know, is they started utilizing different pagan traditions in order to give an incentive to these individuals to convert. Easter is one of those holidays. Easter is from the god Ishtar, that isn't a Christian god. And then we have Christianity as well. There was a few different political reasons, but it really gave an incentive for people to convert. The Catholic Church did not actually celebrate Christmas. They only created it just for the pagans to convert over. The root of why the pagans were utilizing this holiday was that in the Arctic Circle, in Siberia and in England and in Scotland, there was an ancient tradition. And the tradition would be that every December 21st, the shaman wearing a pointy hat that was basically the wizard of the society would go to the Christmas trees, the pine trees, and underneath the pine trees, they were growing the Amanita muscaria mushroom. Are you familiar with this mushroom, Tim? The Amanita muscaria? So, and it's a psychedelic mushroom, and it actually has these colors of the same colors as Santa Claus, white and red. And they would grow wild underneath.
Right? I'm sorry to cut you off, sir, but that's the Super Mario mushroom for those that one with the white dots for those that might have a better. I'm sorry to
No. Thanks for adding that, because that adds a whole other dynamic, because the Smurfs also have that in there. Disneyland has it everywhere. This symbolism is carried everywhere, and they put it there intentionally. So it's growing underneath the tree.
We have to.
Go ahead.
That is mind blowing. So first of all, you say there are different cultures that are basically celebrating the same type of festivities around Christmas time. You say there are different, Jesus archetypes that happen, and are referenced in different cultures. And you're also saying there are different. The mushroom itself is in Disneyland and in different other stories, and it has a role, right?
Yes, exactly. And so when I realized that Christmas, all the traditions were really around psychedelics and mushrooms, that actually brought me back to it, because it was in my heyday of mushroom use. So I was like, wait a second, let me start exploring this a little more. So the mushrooms would grow underneath these trees. The shamans would come on the December 21st and pick the mushrooms, but they were wet because it had been snowing. So they would pick the mushrooms and they would hang them upside down on the branches of the Christmas trees. So now you have the tree, you have the presents, the gifts, which were the mushrooms under the tree, and you have the original ornaments. The original ornaments were the mushrooms hanging to dry on these branches. This is where we got those traditions from. Then they would leave it there for 3 days to dry out. They would come back on what day? December 25th. They would come back and they would pick the mushrooms. However, there was a little mischievous reindeer that would come up and see the mushrooms hanging from the tree and would start eating some of the mushrooms, not all of them. And that reindeer would get basically high of the fungi. And because it was getting high of the fungi, it would piss himself. And this comes from the original term getting pissed, came from mushroom intoxication. And the pee would then go into the snow, and the shamans would come back and they would pick all the mushrooms that were left to go and ferment like a kombucha. That's how you had to drink it. And they would scoop up all the snow that the reindeers peed out and then drink that. Now you have the reindeer flying because these high shaman are watching the reindeer flying. And you have Rudolph's red nose because Rudolph is eating the Amanita muscaria mushroom, and the red nose becomes red because of it, right? So, and then one other component to it is basically the shaman would take the mushrooms, put it in a bag, and then go to the village and hand out the mushrooms to different people in the village for usage. And now you have the gift and Santa Claus going to the community, giving the gifts out. And the reason for the mushroom being distributed is that they would use the mushroom to answer all the problems from the year before, and they would utilize it as a reset button for family interaction and for community and politics, so that they would stay in a place of harmony and connected to Earth. That was one component. I want to add some more to it though. So when you would do the psychedelic, the tree is a representation of the chakra system. The roots of the tree is the root chakra, and the reason why you put a star or a fairy at the top is it's the Kundalini awakening to the crown chakra. And what happens when you take mushrooms, it actually has a Kundalini effect. And I would say out of all psychedelics, mushrooms is the most connected to planet Earth, where you almost phase out into a higher dimensional version of Earth. So as you would do it, the tree, the Christmas tree, has another symbol, is where it represents you traveling up the spine of the tree of life and eventually achieving enlightenment. So many different symbolisms connected there. There's also some scientific information that the ancients knew as well when it comes to all the traditions of Christmas. There's so much more, but that's just
It's fascinating. I had a conversation with the artist Alex Gray, and he turned to me and said, "I think we're all mushrooms." So that's kind of funny. Kedrick, you're an expert on paganism, and you and I, we've I think last year we talked about the spiritual truth of Christmas too. Isn't there like a connection to the sun and the way the sun behaves at that time too?
Yes, definitely. We're talking the extreme north of the planet when we're looking at Scandinavia and the Norse traditions. And when it would come to the time of the solstice, there's literally a day where the sun does not come up, where they're shrouded in complete darkness. And there's a couple things we'll talk about the sun. And because of that, there was fear of the start of Ragnarok, which, is the end of the world, the end of time, the big war of the gods. And the Ragnarok, of course, is the gods fighting the giants, everything coming to an end, the earth being destroyed. And it's precipitated by Fimbulvinter, which is the long winter, 3 years of nothing but darkness and winter. And so in the northern climates, to prepare for the coming winter, any of the animals that could not survive the winter were killed, the meat smoked, preserved, and big feasts were had. And so when the days started getting darker and darker, it became a time of light, to be aware of more light and honoring the light. So they would have big feasts, not only honoring the gods, but honoring the ancestors, honoring Mother. It started with Mother's Night. Then they have a feast for the ancestors and a feast for Odin, Thor, and Freyr with the extra meat that came. And on the long night, they would burn a log, one log, that would be burning all night long. And they would keep vigil to make sure that this log was burning, which is where we get the origin of the Yule log. And as they would keep vigil for this long night that would last more than 24 hours, they would await the returning of the sun. Because when the sun returned, they knew that there would not be Ragnarok. They knew that the winter would go on and that the spring would soon come and that life would continue on. So the Yuletide was a dark time of the year, but it was also a time of light, holding vigil for the light, calling back the light, bringing the light to the earth, so it would to stave off Ragnarok and the end of the world. And to the Norse, this is what that was all about. It was about honoring family, honoring the gods, honoring the ancestors, and holding vigil for the light to return.
I love this. This is really revealing, and a lot of people in the chat see that too. Neil, I know that you come basically right from the presentation, and we're very, very honored and happy that you do so. That you're here with us right now. Where's the present, or the tradition of giving presents and gifts? Where does that come from?
Yeah, so first I just want to add a little bit to that and connect it to my story that I was giving. So the 3 days of darkness, I don't know if you guys remember, if you were in this community back in 2012, and how people thought December 21st, there's going to be 3 days of darkness, and and that the earth was going to stop, and there was going to be a pole shift, and there was going to be darkness on one side of the planet for 3 days. It was a huge thing. Back in 2012, I had done this research already, and I was realizing that no, it's actually because technically the sun is at its lowest ebb, and it looks like it's staying at the same angle, and that is the 3 days of darkness. It's just during that time. But a lot of people who didn't know that, they thought like literally there was going to be some like no light, including in Jericho when Moses' people went to Jericho after he died. There was 3 days of darkness. That happened on December 21st. It wasn't actually 3 days of darkness, So what it also represents is the triumph of light over darkness, right? That's what happens afterwards, which is why they ingested mushrooms during that time. It was also a symbolic time for them that they would go into the dark night of the soul during the 3 days of darkness. And then when the light started becoming brighter, they emerge out of it, and then they start bringing more light into their lives as well. So they had that connection in those traditions. So now, do you want me to? I'll jump into the gifts one straight away if you want. So the story of the gifts. Well, first of all, one of the main stories, there's many of them, and in my presentation I showed that there's so many things that combined here. But one of them for sure is the mushrooms, the giving of the mushrooms as gifts, right? That was like the origination one. But then the other one is Saturnalia. Saturnalia was the pagan holiday in Rome that was started around December 17th to the 23rd. However, it lasted for a month, and this ceremony is almost like the template for elitist control, because what they would do is the peasants and the servants and the slaves would become the masters for a week, and then the Roman elite would act like the peasants. It was like this role-playing thing where they would take over drunkenness, hedonistic beyond anything, and they would give an opportunity for the slaves and servants to blow off steam so they wouldn't revolt, right? So, and it was worshiping Saturn. So that's another connection. Now we have Santa also connected to Saturn, and so during that time was also a time of giving gifts. And as we know, the Roman Catholic Church was in Rome from the Roman empires. So the origination of Saturnalia eventually morphed over to Christmas, in which they already had the tradition of giving gifts. Now, when it comes to Santa, I just want to bring one more element with Santa, is that Santa is connected to Saturn because, I'll ask you guys here, what's this one question? What is something that Santa can do that makes him the father of time? Any takers? Tim?
He gives all of his gifts in one night around the world, right?
Exactly.
Ooh, Sarah.
Saturn and the moon have created a Saturn-moon matrix, broadcasting a signal of linear third-dimensional reality onto Earth. Now, Saturn, who's the god of Saturn? Kronos. What is Kronos the god of? Time. Santa is also the god of time. Santa is the origination, what came from Saturnalia as the god Saturn from Rome. But then morphed, we have Krampus join his forces, we have St. Nicholas join his forces. So all these stories combined in one. So that's kind of, that's the story of Santa and the gifts.
What's the takeaway from that? Is there anything that people like the Catholic Church or certain other elite groups don't want people to know? Is there something in that story?
Well, in that story that they don't want people to know, I would say that if anything, they don't want people to have reverence for the reality of what's going on in the season and the opportunity we get to reflect within. It's a time of deep reflection, inward introspection. So what's really occurred is they have externalized it, right? And not only have they externalized it, but even thousands of years ago, it became externalized to sun worshiping. Whereas if you look at the metaphors of all of this, it's actually a metaphor of what's within ourselves, and that's why the mushroom story is important, because it helps you go within. But what happened a lot of times is people ended up creating personified deities outside of them to worship. And I would say now Christmas has become that, right? Like part of my presentation was what Coca-Cola did to Christmas. Coca-Cola in 1930s, they're the ones that really made it become the Christmas that we know today, became so materialistic, and they had nothing in mind except for capitalism and making more money.
Yeah, I heard the story, and I mean the color and the way Coca-Cola is like projecting the family, always with like a can of Coca-Cola in the middle of it. But maybe Kedrich, do you want to add to that? Is there something at the time, especially like for the Nordic, the Norse people, is there something relevant in that time where they did something, connecting to source or leveling up their consciousness?
A little bit. This is definitely a time for connecting with the ancestors. So they would do seances, basically. Towards the end of Yule, they would do a seance type work to connect with the ancestor. They would have a ritual called Alpha Blot or Disa Blot to connect with the ascended ancestors and bring them into their life. It was also a time of prophecy, Spamother, Spakona, where the men and women that are able to tune in to a different state of consciousness, a practice called Seidr, they would connect and bring prophecies and blessings for the new year. And it's interesting, they have sort of a reverse take on Santa and the flying reindeer. It's sort of a reverse. That this was also the time of what's called the wild hunt, when Odin and the gods would ride through the night sky. And it's basically a personification of the storms, the raging storms. And it was said that if you heard the wild hunt going on outside, don't go outside, because it'll kill you. They'll kill you and bring you up into the wild hunt to fight with them and to hunt with them. So it was a bit more of a challenging sort of a point of view on things. But yeah, there's a little bit of spirituality in there too.
That's fascinating. The whole thing is like so intertwined and twisted in many ways. And I personally, I'm very happy that you both are here to bring some light to that. Neil, can people find your whole presentation on portal2ascension.com?
Yeah, actually, it's on my YouTube right now. So Portal to Ascension YouTube is the last stream that I did.
Oh, so it's available for everyone publicly?
Yep, exactly.
Oh, that's so cool. Just one last question, and then we got to move on, because we do have another beautiful guest here, which is also in the same room as Debbie Solaris and Debbie Dachinger, because they were all using the same backdrop. Just one question. I know there are certain, planetary, there are other species, and they have apparently very similar stories to the Jesus and Krishna story about this Messiah and the saving and so on. And I know, Neil, you talked about that in certain presentations too. Can you give like a short synopsis that is more or less like a cosmic phenomenon? It's not something that just happened in Israel at that particular time 2,000 years ago, but it's something that is everywhere.
Yeah, you'd be speaking about avatars incarnating in other places, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Right. So, there, as a lot of us probably are tuned into here, is that time is not linear as we see it. It's on one level, it's secular, right? And then it goes beyond that. I would say it's almost like a dimensional shift. You go into higher dimensions, you get more points of time. And then time eventually becomes fluid, and then time eventually becomes the void in the state of timelessness. And many systems and civilizations in the galaxy exist within cycles. It seems from my own research on the connection to Orion and what happened on this planet that maybe Earth has the most dips in the cycles, the most dips in consciousness. And what happens is, Earth, for example, is one of the, from a lot of people saying, is the one place probably has the most forgetfulness out of any planet in our galaxy, right? Like we truly forget. So a lot of times what happens during these times of forgetfulness, or when there's going to be a time of remembrance, is an avatar incarnates down there with that awareness already and brings forward this information to basically seed for the next generation. And that's happened many times on Earth. Even the story of Yeshua in India, when he met the Nath yogis, when he was going home to Kashmir where his family was living, when he was going there, he met the Nath yogis, and Chandai Nath, his guru, was from a lineage of immortals. And he said that I've been waiting for you for hundreds of years. And this was the same guru that taught Buddha, the same person. He had basically been on Earth for thousand plus years for different avatars to come through and basically be their teacher. So I believe that happens throughout the universe. And now on a level that of something I've been learning this year is that when we come down to Earth, we fractalize our soul into different experiences. Sometimes we don't take the full thing with us. Most of the times we don't. We're fractalized in different realities. Sometimes there's multiple versions of us. Our soul is fractalized on the same planet. You can even meet and interact with another part of your soul, fractalized another human in your time and space. And what occurs with the avatar incarnational process is after many incarnations and levels of advancement, maybe meditation and enlightenment, you're able to go through the womb portal and bring more of your soul down with you. And the more whole your soul is, the less fractals you have outside of the universe, kind of like Jet Li in the movie The One, you know, where he takes out all the other versions of himself. And the more of your own soul that you're able to bring fully into this reality, the more tapped into remembrance of who you are and where you come from. So that happens throughout the galaxy. There's many people that can do that. And now to bring it full circle here with the return of the Messiah, I believe the return of the Messiah was a metaphor for the Messiah within us. And the age of the guru is over. The age of the self-guru is upon us. And part of the age of the self-guru is us doing literally a soul retrieval. We're bringing in fragmented parts of our souls into this one timeline. Where I used to, for years, I did not like the term collapsing timelines. I thought it was too new age, you know. But now I'm feeling like that's literally what's happening. We're collapsing timelines and bringing our fragments into this one body so that we can have full remembrance of who we are. And that has happened throughout the cosmos. But more importantly, that's happening now on Earth. Can't hear you, Tim. I think you're muted.
I was muted. Thank you so much. Samantha put into the chat, and she said, Neil, you are a gift, and I agree with that. I know your time is very precious, and people can go to Portal to Ascension, your YouTube channel, and watch the whole 1.5 hour on the Christmas, on the truth of Christmas. I'm very, very honored and happy to see you on Christmas, and
thank you, brother.
Hope to see you very, very soon again, and Merry Christmas.
Me too. Merry Christmas, guys. Good to see you guys. Bye.
So it comes to a moment where I'm very, very excited for, because we now have 3 beautiful people here. We have Skitso's story, which we're going to dive into. We have Kedrich here, who's going with us in the paranormal. And to connect these things together, we have someone who's become a personal friend of mine. He has his camera off, and I hope he's still in the room when I'm introducing him right now. But he shares his nickname with his wife, and he has an amazing podcast. And together we did a show where people still dig the jingle so much that it comes up in the stream, in the community chat. It's real. It's real. Jeff Mara is with us. But maybe he's not now because his camera is off. Maybe we wait another moment to welcome him in. And in the meantime, Kedrich, first of all, thank you so much for being with us and for diving into the topic of Christmas. We're now going in the last half hour of this 4-hour marathon, which didn't feel like that at all. This is so energizing and interesting. It's really incredible. And people are really, like, everyone in the community is watching this with so much interest. We're going to link that a little bit back to the galactic and to the ET, which I know Kedrich is very knowledgeable about too. And Skitso's story is going to be something that Jeff Mara is very interested too. And whenever he's back, we're going to delve into that. But for now, there he is. Jeff.
He's back.
He's back. I don't know if you heard my intro.
I didn't. I was out getting a Mule-tide drink.
That's beautiful. Thank you so much for being here. You should watch the replay. I said a lot of nice words about you, how we became friends, and how you're delving into the paranormal and ETs every single day of your life.
Yeah, you know, Tim, I think I had an encounter with some UFOs about 2 months ago, and I was wondering if you sent them my way.
If they were silverish and had a little banner saying, "Hi, Jeff,"
No,
then yes.
I didn't have that.
What was that about?
I was taking the trash out, what good husbands do, and it was nighttime, and I just happened to see, you know, I just noticed a cluster of stars, and I kind of jokingly said, "Oh, there's the Pleiadians," or something like that. And I really wasn't paying, and I kind of looked up again, and it was a cluster of 3, and 2 of them just kind of slowly took off.
Wow.
And one was there, and I was like, whoa. And then I said, okay, well, star family, if you're here, give me let me see something. And I kept looking around the sky, and I finally looked straight up, and I saw it was faint, but one was coming again slowly straight overhead of me. And then when it got right overhead of me, then it just disappeared.
Oh my goodness. Any feelings, anything that came up, any messages?
No. And I wasn't really even, nothing, no fear, no excitement. You have a bit of self-doubt, you're not really sure what happened. So, but then a couple days later, I tried it again, and I didn't see the cluster, but I did see one more time the one come overhead, and it's kind of weird that it would as soon as it was right over me, it would disappear.
Wow! But
you didn't send them your first time, and you didn't send them my way.
Well, I do a lot of things, but these weren't mine. But that's super fascinating. The interesting thing here is you wanted to get to know Skitso, and due to some timing stuff here.
Perfect timing.
He's our cliffhanger today. He's not only the flower on the wall, but he's also the cliffhanger.
He's the encore.
So we basically get to explore a little bit of his story together, and I mean, since you do that every day, why not explore it right now? So for your podcast, when he's on, you already know a little bit of his story.
All right.
Right.
So,
awesome. Super excited and pumped to be here with such a esteemed cast. I mean, this is just amazing, guys. So just shoot. Where would you like me to start? What would you like me to speak about? I mean, I delve in a little bit into the paranormal as well. I just had it in. I'm a reseller, so I'll just jump into it. So I'm a reseller, and from time to time I resell and I buy storage lockers, and in this specific storage locker there was a lot of old family photos and a lot of black and white stuff, and I tend to bring that home so I can process it properly, so I can put it on other networks to sell. And I'm starting to notice that something that I brought with me had something attached to it, and super obvious, because the minute I bring it into the house, I get the sense of where it's at. I can feel these feelings like to kind of weave it into the ET thing. I do believe that because of my experiences with these extraterrestrials, that there's like this muscle in my brain or in my aura, or whatever you might want to call it, that have been kind of unlocked. So it makes me a lot more sensitive to energies that are like out of place and don't belong there. So long story short, my wife's at like the top of the stairs, and she just jumps out the way, and she says that she saw something running at her from the bottom of the stairs. It was just a shadow figure, and when she jumps out, I quickly just stand in front of the stairs, and in doing that, I blew out 3 of my sockets in my home. Three of my kitchen blender went out, the microwave area went out, and then the back bathroom went out. And I just wanted to kind of like ask the question to anybody that might know, or if you've heard of anything like that happening, that when a surge of energy comes out, is it possible to affect electricity? I do know that it is possible to affect electricity because I've done it before, but I'm just wondering if that's like a paranormal, extraterrestrial thing. If anybody could shine some light on that, that would be amazing. And then any other questions that anybody might have, I'll be more than happy to just express whatever you need me to express.
I mean, we have a paranormal expert here. So Kerich Olsen, maybe you can answer that.
Absolutely. Energy is energy. And the spiritual energy that we are familiar with is just a less dense version of electromagnetism, which we call light, which becomes matter and form. And when there's a buildup of that, it certainly can affect that. Plus, we have what I call the poltergeist effect, which is our own telekinetic ability. When we are in an emotionally charged situation, emotion and energy, they're the same thing. Emotion, energy, information, they're all the same thing. And so when we are in an emotionally charged situation, we are actually producing more energy. We're putting that out, and we have that telekinetic ability to mess with electricity. I see it all the time with clients that can't wear watches. They're always messing with their phone. I've had a couple of cases where there were things in the house and electric sockets were being blown out by it. So energy is energy. And ultimately, because energy is energy, you are in charge of your energetic environment. So you can do a clearing, you can do setup, all of that. That works. It's great. But it's, believe it or not, laughter and awe and wonder. So when you have a moment where there's something spooky or freaky or weird in the house, the best thing you can do is laugh. Have a good laugh with it. Because if it is something negative, it's trying to promote fear or anger or hostility in some way. And laughter will poison it. It'll chase it off. Conversely, there's a technique that I teach to paranormal investigators that works amazingly well. And it helps them get good data. It helps them to be able to be present in the moment while there's phenomena occurring so that they don't get freaked out by it. And that's literally have a moment of awe and wonder. Like if you see a book get thrown across the room, or a black apparition starting to form in the room, or there's something, stairways, they're liminal spaces. So if there's something on the stairs that seems a little bit odd running around, what I want you to do is go, wow, what was that? That's really cool. Do it again. Use that as like, oh, this is validation that this is real. Because again, if it's something negative, it wants to promote fear, hostility, or whatever inside you. Instead, you're promoting this state of going, wow, that's really cool. And it sets up like an energetic barrier around you. It charges up your energy field into a higher state of being, and these things can't mess with you when that happens. And the more you persist in these laughter states and these states of awe and wonder and even flow states, the more you're setting up the energetic environment around you so that it's not conducive to let these things stay there. So yeah, you can do your clearing, but the more you put yourself in these higher states of being and higher states of mind, the more they're just not going to be there. They can't be there to mess with you. Plus, the alternative side is we've heard so many scary stories about the paranormal. We've heard so many fear-based narratives about it that people believe that to be true. And so when we see something in the house, our default state is like, oh God, what are you going to do to me? We go to a fear state. But if you go to a laughter state, an awe and wonder, a joyous state, and it's something positive that you misinterpreted, you open up the connection to whatever's there, be it a lost soul, a loved one coming by to say hi, or a higher level being to give guidance and teachings. That awe and wonder, that laughter, that moving to that higher state opens up those avenues of conveyance so you can have that communication. So yeah, simple techniques to do, but powerful results that last.
I very much sign for that. I think laughter, which is one of the reasons we made this comedy club, the reason for that is because you can't just be in a bad state if you're happy. You can't just be sad if you're laughing. That's just not possible. There's one person who's diving into the paranormal each and every day of his life, and I want this question. I want to ask that like ever since I've met you, Jeff. How did that influence you? How is that? What did it to you?
I need to say this thing first so I won't forget it later. So I'll answer your question, but let me make this statement first. 2 days ago, I posted a video, and for you to easily find it, you see a hand with a spirit energy in front of the hand. It's an amazing video. This woman's dead bird, it appeared this woman's dead bird came back flying around her backyard. She puts her hands out. She calls it. You can see it flying above her hand. So I don't think it's fake. Anyways, later in the video, she shows UFO videos too. And during the video, she calls out you and wants to know your opinion of what's seen in the video. She specifically mentioned you. I guess you haven't heard about it.
Wait, you like me?
Yes. She goes, I wonder what Tim Tactics thinks of these UFOs.
What? Oh my goodness.
So if you get a chance, check out the video and maybe you can leave a comment.
I'm 100% going to do that.
Yeah, I had to say that because I didn't want to forget that because we were here, and so I wanted to get that out there. So your question was the paranormal every single day. Is that I forgot?
Yeah, I mean, we know that when we delve into something every single day, it's going to change us. It's going to reveal something in us. It's what happens with someone who's like delving literally into hundreds of hours of podcasts about near-death experiences, paranormal, and ETs, like you did?
Well, it's first of all, it's like learning a new language, right? And being in college, right? It's like imagine taking a lecture every single day. And I'm learning. I kind of put it as it's my own spiritual journey along with the audience, because I mean, I was raised in a spiritual family. I was raised, not in a non-religious family, and I was kind of like in a new age house, but I never really dug that deep as I dig now. And so, I guess I become more spiritual, I think, after hearing so many near-death experiencers say that the ultimate thing to do here, or the ultimate thing that matters here, are random acts of kindness. So I try to implement that in my life. And, but if you hear as many people as I do, you have to kind of figure it out. I'm having to try to figure out what is real for me, because I get a lot of conflicting stories too, So
yeah, you do have a lot of people that have very similar ideas, but the details sometimes are very, very different, right?
Right. I mean, is it all love and light? Do we live on a prison planet? Is this all a matrix? What's really going on here? I can see all of them make a great case.
Yeah, and I mean, it always depends on someone, how they see life. There's this story in India where they're talking about a dark room with an elephant inside of it, and everyone is describing some part of the elephant. They're all describing the elephant, but everyone has feels something different and has different assumptions about that, right?
Mm-hmm. By the way, you mentioned the comedy club, and I watched a little bit of one of your videos, and I'm hoping to hear like a shifting joke. You got anything? Like two guys are on a planet and they start shifting, and then there's the punchline.
Oh my goodness. Well, my favorite joke always is like, how many Germans do you need to repair a freaking light bulb? And the answer is just one. Because Germans are very effective and they don't like jokes.
Well, what did you guys do at that comedy club? I'm assuming was part of your event, right?
It was part of my event, and it's definitely something that I aspire to. I think humor, just as much as Kadrich was, suggesting that, I think it's the number one healing thing in the universe. When you come to a point where you can laugh about something, it's healed. I had that in my own stories where I had like certain things of the past where I thought like, oh my goodness, why did I do that as a kid? And I talked to some friends about that, and they were like, hey, let's all laugh about it. And once that happened, I completely resolved it. And so I believe it's a healing thing. And we had this very weird and beautiful, but also intense encounter with a reptilian species through a little bit of a Ouija board that we set up in Italy.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Kedrich is smiling and nodding. He has experience with Ouija boards too. It was an interesting take because we connected to a different species, and it was kind of crazy. It was a reptile species, and they didn't like the Ouija board. They actually straight away went into the consciousness of one person that was sitting there, and she started acting differently and talking differently. And they were saying like, now we want to speak through her, and they were saying like, one thing that we do as a species is we create humor, and I think you humans don't laugh enough. And then they made us laugh, and that was the basis of doing the comedy club at the All Shipped Happily Now conference. And the weird thing that happened there was we put a cookie on a table as on an altar in order to invite them in and so on. And at one point, a random person with a very silly hat, 2 different socks, came in completely entranced, completely out of her consciousness, went on stage, which is a weird move. She didn't have any ticket. She came in through like a window or something. She went there, went on stage and said, "We want to know the species is here. Thank you for the cookies. You should all have one." And she took one of the cookies that we laid out for that species, and then she went off, and we've never seen her again. And the whole scenario was so absurd, completely ridiculous, literally ridiculous. It made us laugh. It made us, and that shows the presence of other beings that follow this All Shipped Happily Now community. And it's just fantastic. I think it's a strong healing mechanism.
Let me ask you this. I'm sure you're aware of what's going on in New Jersey and around the US with all these drones and potential UFOs. Have you contacted anybody, and do you have any insight into what's going on?
The situation is, I wanted to interview Jeff Mara, and one of my questions that I have in my book was, what does Jeff Mara think about the drones in New Jersey? Yes, I've talked to a lot of people, and but I'm not supposed to comment on that, even though I get the question all the time. Even in the chat right now, there are people talking about it.
Well, you are the one that has contacts, not me. So I would assume maybe you would know something. I think it's drones and or UFOs together, but I don't know. I mean, there's so many conflicting reports that I don't know what to think. I'm just kind of waiting it out to see.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, one thing that we should be aware of is that any major big happening on this planet currently is not happening coincidentally. And there's always there's a narrative behind the whole disclosure thing. And it's a narrative that humans like to hold in their hands. There is way more ETs waiting to come up and to, show and present themselves. But it's always humans first who do the groundwork, because that's kind of the arrangement that we have. And I'm so happy that Skitso wants to say something. So yeah. I'm not in the position of like talking about this anymore.
So I just wanted to say, in my experience, right, whenever I've been around a craft, let's say, right, there's always a feeling attached to it. And that's what I want people to really, really try to understand. Like, yes, you might be able to see a drone that strongly resembles a UFO or a sphere or this and that, but how did you feel when you saw it? And that's what you really have to tune into, because anything that's not extraterrestrial, in my opinion, doesn't have the technology that attaches itself to your energetic field. So drones are not going to fly overhead and give you, you know, goosebumps and make you feel like you're connected to something. But for instance, like when you saw that thing fly over you and then disappears, that feeling that came right after that, that let you know that that was a specific connection between you and that object, that's what people might not understand. And that's the part that's missing in this whole New Jersey UFO thing, is that I strongly believe it feels really droney. It feels really like I'm looking for something. I don't know what it is somebody might be looking for, but that's kind of my vibe and what I'm going for. And I also want to make people aware of, you know, there's a lot of fear mongering happening out there right now. A lot of people want us or communities like ours to look at these things and automatically be fearful. Oh my God, are they invading? Are they investigating us? What we have to understand is that we play into the fear-mongering role. That's the narrative that our timeline will reflect if enough of us believe that. So what we want to try to achieve is the feeling that these things are giving you. If they're giving you a negative feeling, then you know, internalize that. Try to ask yourself why that feeling is negative or what's happening in your feel at that time. But in my experience, whenever I'm around any what I believe to be authentic UFO ship, there's always something to my body that feels like a tingly sensation or some sort of connection energetically that I have. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Skitso, are you in New York or Jersey?
I am currently in Colorado, but I am New York native. I can't get rid of this accent if I tried, my brother.
All right. I was wondering if you'd seen anything, but maybe not. If you're not there.
No, I haven't seen anything. I mean, when I was in New York in the time that I was having my experiences, I mean, I saw a couple of things, but really, to be completely honest, every time I've had an experience, it's been kind of indoors to an outdoor setting. So I remember a lot of UFOs more close up than flying overhead, but I've had those experiences before, and in highly populated areas. That's another thing that I want people to be aware of, is that you can be in Harlem or in the middle of a co-op city in the Bronx, and you can still have these experiences with these beings. And you might be wondering in your head, like, oh my God, I see this UFO. How come nobody else is seeing it? I don't understand the technology, and I can't even explain it at all because it's so alien, right? But they must have a way to kind of either put everybody to sleep or allow only the people that need to see certain things to be able to see them. So that's another tidbit I want to put out there.
One of my guests recently said it's the Pleiadians. Anybody can anybody confirm that?
Silence in the room. I love that.
No
By the way,
confirmation on that.
I love how we how this is unfolding. This is so interesting too. I think it's gonna be it's a huge thing happening apparently, and especially in the US, where it appears as a phenomenon. I think people should really think about some of the answers that come from official sites, where they're saying like, we have no idea what they are, and we have no. They didn't appear, we didn't know of them, and then also I saw some officials saying we want people to report them in so that we have a chance to investigate them, and that plays a little bit into the role of like, hey, if you don't point us towards something happening, all these super agencies would have no idea about what's going on in the world. And that's kind of, for me, where it shows a little bit what's going on. Rebecca is still on the call and was like rolling her eyes, which is But I want to ask one question, because that's something that's very interesting, I guess, for a lot of people, and it goes in between paranormal and alien activities. People oftentimes differentiate between these two things. It's often, either, ETs or it is ghosts or something. But all these things are ultimately part of our universe, and they have some crossovers. Kedrich, what do you think about that? Where do we differentiate between ETs and non-earthly, ghost phenomena?
That's a tricky question too, because UAPs, physical activity, that could be considered that. But in the years of working with clients, one of the things I do is I invite my guides, their guides, invite whisperers into the room. And in the past few years, I've seen people's guides more and more and more having an extraterrestrial basis. There's more and more extraterrestrial beings coming into the room. And as I'm identifying what they feel like, what their energies are like, I'm also seeing that energy inside my clients too, the starseed effect, whatever you want to call it. It's a tricky one. When we look at densities, definitely the spiritual realms are, the fourth density is more like a playground. Fifth density could be the spiritual realms, but I've seen extraterrestrial consciousness in that fifth and sixth density, as well as I've seen spiritual consciousness in that area. So one of the things I think we are going to be tasked with in the next several years, even within the next generation or two, is developing new terminology that works. Because paranormal is an overall, supernatural is an overall. And when we come to talking about densities, dimensions, levels of being, the way we interact with these beings, the linear languages that we have today don't serve well. And so that's where I think a lot of the times we run into this confusion, is truing up the terms and truing up the understanding, because I think language and terminology is a big stumbling block in understanding of all of this one. So I think that's one of the projects that we should start to work towards, is terms and the terms, the words that we need to better convey these processes, and so that there's less confusion like that.
I agree very much. These advanced programs have invested a lot of hours in order to kind of map out some of the intense different layers of realities that this universe comes along with. And at certain points, you go into, Sarah Zula was actually asking me that, because I always speak about this version of this universe when I'm talking about this. Because it implies that there are different other versions that are completely different. And some of the most interesting things to me is that there are reality realms and versions of the universe that are so exotic that they do not share anything with this world, which basically is the only connecting point, that they are not connected at all. We are going to dive a little bit further into the ET worlds, but I wanted to thank Kedrich Olsen for his time and for his wisdom and knowledge. And it's always a pleasure, and you are loved by this All Shift Happily Now community. Have a Merry, Merry Christmas, Kedrich.
Thank you so much. I love being here. I love talking with you. Love this all. I hope everyone has a great holiday, great Yule. I hope this next year coming up is even better than the one before, and they just keep getting better and better. Hail to you all. May you wax and thrive well.
Beautiful, beautiful. And a happy shift too. Amazing. Two of my very favorite guests tonight still remain. I know we're a little bit over. I hope that I can get some questions out with you, because there's one thing that I always wanted to ask Jeff is about all these hundreds and hundreds of podcasts. What were those, let's say, three major stories, or let's start with one major story, if it's a longer one, where you thought like, wow, that stayed on my mind for multiple days?
Stayed on my mind for days. There's one of them I did, which is so dark that I can't even talk about it because it would ruin everybody's Christmas. So we'll knock that one off the top. There's an
Thank you.
ET. There's an ET story that there's a guy named Terry Lovelace, and he's from I think. Anyways, when he was younger, in his early 20s, he was camping out in a state park. I think it was Arkansas or somewhere, Arkansas, Missouri, somewhere, and I believe they wound up in a part of the park where they weren't supposed to be, and they were camping, and then a UFO came down, and then they lost time. I guess they saw it coming down where they were camping and they lost time. They lost, maybe they had a memory wipe as well. And in the morning they woke up and it was him and his friend, and they were all freaked out and got in their car and took off back to the base, and they left their stuff there. And so by the time they got back to the park rangers apparently found their stuff and called the base. And by the time they got back to the base, they were already waiting for them and separated them. And it's hard to remember. It was so long ago. But anyways, we fast forward about 30 years later, and he had left the military, became an attorney, and he was assistant attorney general for the state of Maine. So he went, really high in his career. And at some point he was jogging and he started having knee pain. So as he went to the doctor, and what a typical diagnostic thing they would do is, let's take an x-ray. And, especially someone his age, they probably were expecting to see arthritis or something. And in the x-ray, you see some kind of electronic device in his knee. And we had the x-rays, we went over the x-rays, and he wrote a book about it. It's famous. I guess it's a famous book, or pretty famous. And I would say he's famous in the ET community. And so we talked about it, and the ETs, I believe, eventually took what showed back up, or they may have taken it out. I'm not sure, but that whole story just kind of spooked me that night. That night, I was just, I was unsettled, to put it lightly. I don't know if that answers your question, but that was probably one or two of them that have kind of, the spooky ones stay with me.
Yeah,
Not
it
the
seems.
not the love and light ones, but the spooky ones kind of will. I guess it's the kind of like the thing what people will say. Many people can give you compliments, and then one critic can come and say something negative about you, and that sticks with you, and not the 100 compliments that you just heard, an hour before.
I gotta say to everyone out there, those compliments are beautiful. Keep them coming. And I've seen a lot of beautiful comments for you and your podcast too, Jeff.
Oh, great. I wish I had it up, because I don't have like YouTube up. I don't know what's going on. I'm just here with you guys.
Oh, you don't see the comments?
I don't see anything. No, if I was trying to pull up YouTube, but it starts to interfere with this, so I left it off.
Okay. I'm definitely gonna improve on the setup next year. I already told a lot of people in the community next year. Actually, we wanted to introduce that this time, but parcel service, DHL, don't go with that. They didn't deliver the stuff that we needed. But next time we're gonna have the chat right in the video too, so that's gonna be a little bit, way more immersive too.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah, I think so too. Also,
it'd be like Twitch or something, you know what I mean? Or it sounds like you're gonna use like Streamlabs or StreamYard or something, and OBS, and so you can see everything.
Yeah, it's gonna be like a hardware thing where it goes into this video setup too. But I'm actually, like, a lot of people always talk to me about the lives that we did together on your channel. People are still swinging with the jiggle, the jingle.
Oh yeah, it's a great song.
It's real. It is. It is. I actually can't wait, because you and I, we both agreed that we're going to do a season 2. It's the first time we speak about this. So very, very hopefully in 2025, I get to see you and talk to you a little bit more.
Yeah, it'll be great.
I do want to, because first of all, we're a little bit over, and but I'm very much enjoying this. And we do have this cliffhanger about Skitso's story, even though he's always getting into that. It's gonna be a it's gonna be a running gag, I guess. But I want to just say what I heard, from Skitso's story, some of the stuff that was very, very gave me goosebumps, was the way you described laying in your bed and then being levitating above your bed, and then everything seemed to be in like this in between world. It was still your bedroom, but you got like elevated, and then this kind of tractor beam or something pulled you slowly over the bed and then into the wall. And the way you described that was that you could smell it, you could see it, and so on. And then it would take you to this craft where you would even meet with the so-called gray school for gifted youngsters, is always what I'm joking about. So it's like something that we investigated, and we know it's real. There are certain schools, ET schools, where children are being taken, and it was actually a relative, or your son, who was actually educated, and you basically came into that spaceship as a parent to visit him. Maybe you can tell that story as one of our highlights here.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I would definitely love to do that. Okay, so the scene kind of opens up. It's like I'm in my driveway, and my oldest son at the time, he must have been like 5 or 6. He's currently like 14 right now, just to give you kind of how long ago it was. And I'm holding his hand, he's standing next to me, and in my driveway, I can see this massive UFO. Like, it's huge. It's blocking half of the sky. Like, I would say the size of a football field, just to make it easy, but just so you can think about how massive it was. It was gunmetal black, completely like blacked out. It didn't have no seams in it, which I thought was really weird. I couldn't see like no seams, no rivets, nothing that would make it look human or man-made. It had like a mist coming off of it, like a purplish mist that looked like it was electrified. Like the more I look at the mist, the more I could see kind of like sparkles in it. It just looked like the mist was alive, if it makes any sense. And as I'm looking at this massive UFO, I have this thought in my head: how come nobody in the street can see this? How this so big? How come nobody down the street can see it? And then it's like I blink, and all of a sudden I'm walking down this long hallway. It's like a long white hallway. Once again, it's well lit, but I can't see any light bulbs or anything that's lighting this area in which I'm in. So it kind of looks like it just has atmosphere. It's just an atmosphere hallway. To the left of me is what I like to call like a really tall gray. It's identical to what a gray looks like in the traditional sense, to where it has big bulbous head, kind of almond-shaped eyes angling up, small little kind of nasal passages, 2 holes where the nostrils should be, small slit for the mouth, kind of wrinkly face. But the difference between this being and like the traditional gray that would like come into my room and take me was, it was just taller than Shaq. It was like Shaq height, very thin, it looked super frail. The neck was elongated and the head was smaller. So it's kind of funny because the smaller grays have bigger heads, and then this one was super tall with a smaller head. And I'm holding this being's hand, and I just remember seeing the fingers, how long these fingers was and how they engulfed my hand. And then I'm holding my son's hand, and then holding my son's hand is almost like a carbon copy, identical being that looks like the one I'm holding, and they're escorting us down this long white hallway. And it's so clean, so well lit, like you could eat off the floor. It's so clean. There's not a spot of dirt on it. As I'm walking down this long hallway, to the right of me on this wall is just like this window. I know it to be a 2-way mirror, now, but at the time that I first approached it, I just saw it like a window that all of a sudden appeared in this long white hallway. And inside, as I'm looking inside this window, there's like this circular carpet. There's a rocking chair in the middle of the room. There's a mural on the wall of like a bear and a couple of kids and some animals and a conga line. It almost looks identical to like a waiting room to like a children's dentist or a children's hospital office. Just really kind of whimsical, just looks like a daycare. And as I'm staring into this room, the gray that was holding my son's hand escorts my son into this room, and I can see him through the window being sat down in the corner, kind of like, just sit down, nothing aggressive. Nobody was being yanked. I feel as if I was under some sort of hypnotic control just due to the fact that I wasn't scared or anything like that was happening. Like I didn't have any fear of these beings. They felt super like non-threatening at all, even though they looked so far from human that it would normally scare somebody if they just seen this being walking down the street. As I continue to look into this room, I'm noticing that there's these other kids that are being escorted in, and these other beings or kids, they're wearing like it looks like a hospital gown, but it's almost like gauze. It's almost like wrapped onto them, or whatever mechanism that they put this gown on kind of just makes it skin tight to the body. And they're walking into this room and they sit down, and with my son, they're forming like a circle. My son's not in the middle. He's like a part of the circle. Everybody's sitting Indian style, and then there's like this object in the middle of the circle, and they're playing catch with each other without physically touching the object. It's just like they're telepathically kind of like just however pushing it to each other. It's almost like they're teaching my son how to move things with his mind, and they're making it a game and they're playing together. So as I'm noticing this, I'm escorted into that same room, and this is where I notice is a two-way mirror, because when I'm sat into that rocking chair that's in the middle of the room, I noticed that I can see myself, and I can see the mural on the wall behind me. And this lady walks in, and at this time, these grays are staring at me, like the tall grays. They're staring at me with like they have this kind of like not angry, not happy, but just kind of intense stare at me. And I'm sitting on this rocking chair, and this beautiful, what I like to call hybrid lady, hands me a baby. And I look at this baby. I get the sense that it's my baby, or they're trying to get me to connect with this baby, or they're trying to get me to bond with this baby. So I'm looking at the baby as it's in my hand, and both of the eyes look almost a little sunken in. The eyes were way bigger than the eyes that should be on a baby. The mouth was smaller. It looked human, but it didn't have a lot of hair, very frail. And the lady is staring at me. This tall gray is staring at me, and I get this sense of like, bond with it, help it live, make it. They give me a bottle. I try to feed it. The baby doesn't want to be fed. It's just like this whole thing. And then once again, it's like I blink, and now I'm in this middle of an auditorium. And it's like, just like I'm sitting in this auditorium, the chair doesn't have legs to it. It's like connected to the back of whatever wall I'm sitting in, and I'm sitting in this scoop. And right next to me is this lady from Brooklyn. And I know she's from Brooklyn because she's just having a conversation with me. She's like, the minute I notice she's there, she turns at me. She's like, hey, what's up? And I'm like, oh, hey, how you doing? And we're just having this conversation. She's telling me she's from Brooklyn. I'm telling her I'm from the Bronx. I can see in this auditorium that there's 2 or 3 other like groups of 2s and 3s sitting scattered within this auditorium. It almost looks like a lecture hall in a college or something like that. Not like a big rock concert type deal, but like a small college auditorium where the teacher will be doing lectures. As I'm sitting down getting into this conversation with this lady, I noticed and on the bottom of the stage that there's this table with a small black box on it. And this being that I've never seen before, ever even heard anybody talk about, comes walking in. And this being doesn't have any bones, but it has, like, you know, the head, the shoulders, the arms, the legs, but it's walking like it's just boneless, like fluid motion, like as if there was the same sparkles or the same mist that was in that UFO, coming off of that UFO, was inside of a skin suit, and that's what filled up the form of this thing. And it's golden. I look at it, it's like a golden color. It has sparkles within it. And this being kind of gestures towards the box on the table, and the box, small black cube, opens up from the top, and out of it comes like the sickest hologram I've ever seen before in my life of planet Earth. It looked so high definition. To this day, reality doesn't look as high definition as I saw this hologram. And I just remember looking at it going, if I just touched that hologram, it would actually affect Earth. Like, it looked that real. And as I'm looking at this hologram, this meteor comes out the corner and it hits the Earth and it explodes. And in my mind, like in my body, I can feel almost the vibration of the voice, like vibrating my bones within my body. And it says, when this happens, you will all have a job to do. And then once again, it's like I blink and I'm in the middle of this field, and I'm like one person in this crowd of like Woodstock amount of people. And there's this big light coming like from the sky, looking like it's about to hit Earth, almost like the deep impact meteor or whatever, just flying towards Earth. And everybody in the field just simultaneously sticks their palm up and faces the meteor coming towards Earth, and it explodes. And then it's like I blink and I'm back in my driveway. My son is sleeping. I'm carrying my son. His head's on my shoulder. His legs are wrapped around my waist, and I can see the same UFO kind of just fading away. And that's pretty much the grade school, the grade school story that I got there.
I know Jeff Mara is going to have a lot of fun with you exploring these things on his podcast. If people are interested, there is the Amazon documentary where it's really nicely put up and put together by a really good producer that is a friend of ours too, Josh Golemsky. And yeah, we're a little bit over. We're approaching the 4.5 hour mark. And I would even, to be very honest, I don't want this to end. I could hang out with Jeff and Skitso, Raphael, Sarah. I could just go on, and apparently people in the comments could too. But I think we did our record here, and that's pretty good. And for everyone who enjoyed that a lot, to all the hundreds of people that are live with us right now, and also the many people who are going to watch this as a recording, be reminded in 2025 we do this on every 25th, not for 4.5 hours. That'd be a little too much, but we definitely have some amazing friends and speakers on these lives. And pretty much having next year around this time, having another record live is on my mind, and we're going to do that too. One thing that I want to say to your story, Skitso, because we talked about that on the Shifter podcast together, we all agreed that in the end it's a happy shift, and that it was always like about the happy, uplifting moment. So please keep that all in mind, everyone, when we're doing that. Jeff, you know, I would hang out with you the whole time right now and could just continue, but I think you have Mara somewhere who probably wants some pieces of her husband too. So thank you so much for being here, and I wish you and Mara and your kids a very, very blessed Christmas.
Thank you. And Tim, Sarah, Skitso, and everybody watching, I wish you all happy holidays, and an amazing 2025.
We take that. Thank you so much.
I want to say,
yeah, go ahead.
I just want to say the same to everybody. Thank you so much for all the love and support from the last podcast. I've got all your messages. Hopefully I reached out to everybody back. And just want to say for this holiday season, be with your family, stay in love, stay in light. And if any experiences out there need me, I don't care if I get 100 messages. I will respond to every message. And just want to say I love you and I am of service if I'm needed. Tim, Sarah, thank you for having me. This is an amazing experience, and much love and respect. Goodbye.
Much love. Thank you so much. Merry Christmas. Woo! 4.5 hours, everyone. Sarah, how do you feel?
Wonderful. I mean, we had such amazing guests, such amazing people. The community is always just the best to hang out with. Like you said, just like hanging out in the chat. I feel like I'm sitting here with them, which is just so special. And just like amazing beings, sharing their hearts, sharing their stories. And it's such a representation of the shift in consciousness that's already here. The fact that we're gathering together like this on Christmas, having conversations like this is just so special. So thank you, Tim.
Yeah, thank you and for being here. And I didn't need as many breaks and cookie pauses as I thought I would. So that is special. I do feel the 4.5 hours a little bit, but I was so energized and so happy to see everyone. Pretty spectacular guests. And for everyone watching that replay, again, every 25th, we would love to see you. Also, go to allshifthappily.now.com. You will find a lot of things. In June, we are going to Italy. Even though we have a lot of applications, I am scouting them, and I want the perfect people so they all really get the best from that. So go to allshifthappily.now.com. If you're interested in Ticket to Ride, which is a phenomenal ascension course where Sarah and I teach people, also it's opening up a lot of different interesting journeys that are coming with that ticket. Yeah, just go to allshifthappily.now.com and find the information there. From my heart, thank you so much, community, All Shift Happily Now community, for being the loving, beautiful souls that you are for each other, for yourself, for us, for the world, for the universe. My goodness, you are loved. This universe gets better and better every day, and we work together on that. So everyone, thank you so much and happy shifting.